Brisket, chicken,
I'll
potatoes,
take that
beans,
Texas
baked
size
beans,
sandwich.
onions, jalapenos.
Oh, it's Donnie's.
Everybody's laughing. I know. I was bowling there
You know, I
recently.
took it, handed out today. I used to pick and choose. Funny, handed out today for tomorrow. Are you? I'm only doing it because of you.
Just regular coffee. It's actually just regular coffee at Starbucks. I drink it to look fancy. There's 4 straight of coffee there. No, just regular coffee. First time I was I didn't really do water. Yeah. I was getting there, so I just kind of switched over to regular coffee. Yeah. You gone on vacation?
Have you tried it? You had it?
Yes. I like it.
I think that's a good place. Yeah. Or,
Just give them an iPad.
I'm already has a plan.
We can do it there. Once we get it all around. Before 11.
Before 11, we have 28 minutes.
I could be up here. I'll try.
There's one that's right now, so it's 360 Boulevard and back there.
It's 98.
Yeah, right, Harvey Street parking. The other side, Katy Creek. Becky, do you wanna go first?
sure, yeah, I haven't done a status in a while, so figures. Might as well.
You know us, we're nothing up the lights.
All you need mayonnaise.
You're not even thinking about it.
You're a white guy with muscle.
What's that?
I love that.
Something out before we start this.
Oh.
Oh, remember the handshakes?
We're still at the table, yeah. Just changing it up.
That looks nothing like what's happening here.
Just because we have no windows, that's all. Other than that,
We need to be in one big circular. There are no sides.
It's nice to aspire to better things.
I take it as a personal point of pride now that we're probably the only director in the city that has a windowless office, you know. This shows you exactly what the city thinks of my services, you know.
This is the most dreary office building on the planet, I think. I think Russia has more artistic buildings.
It
than this.
really is a weird office. You know where we can get it with the police? Well, when we can get it, that new AE building? Yeah. That's gorgeous.
Why didn't you let us over there?
We can't get, it's always booked.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
But we need that one because that one has obviously lots of spectators that come too. And I'm like, I don't want 50 people in a small room here.
I guess we should be thankful we don't have a lot of spectators.
Yeah.
The roar of the crowd.
So you're fully recovered, feeling good.
Oh yeah, heck, let's go a week. Absolutely.
That's very good.
We ready?
We on the record, Tim? Okay, good.
Okay. Yeah, so just real quickly, kind of just going through where we're at. Looks like we're on session 15, and we have at least tomorrow and Wednesday. I guess we'll kind of see how the days progress moving forward. And I know we're kind of talking about caucusing on Thursday and getting together Friday, so we can kind of play that all by ear. T8 articles to date, this is what I have. I included, Bob, Article 7 from last week, and I've included Article 18, even though that hasn't been signed.
I did on mine too.
You did, okay, okay. So, and I think we are pretty close in some others, they're just kind of locked up in bundles at the moment, but we can discuss that. Article 2, definitions, and when I was looking in one of the articles, I think it was Article 3, they would need to add definition for the word commission, just to specify that it's the Civil Service Commission, so, it was in a footnote, going
Yeah.
through RTAs, so just FYI.
I think we wanted to add something on reasonable suspicion perhaps.
Okay.
You know, we talked about that too.
So bundle 1, this is, I think y'all's bundle here, 4, 8, 26, 27, and 30. I think we are pretty much in agreement on 4, 8, and 27. It's really 26 and 30 that we're still discussing. Bundle 2, 16, 17, 19. Bundle 3 is basically our bundle, because everything in the whole fiscal package, which is 9, 10, 12, 14, 15, and 22. And we sent y'all last Friday, I believe, 9, 12, 14, and 15 that we can go over sometime today. And so I believe these are on y'all side of the table, bundle 2.
Let's look at that last slide just a second.
Sure.
Which article is the pension question? It's in
9.
It's in 9.
It's in 9. Articles on the AFA side of the table, bundle 2 is on y'all's side. We kind of re-sent over 1, preamble, cadets, and 31. I kind of have an asterisk on 9, because I think right now it's sort of on both sides of the table in a sense, right?
And this is why this is helpful. I'm showing, or Emma still on your side of the table. But I might be wrong on that, so I'll
Okay.
check. I'll recognize that. And I kind of think I am, as I think about it here. And, what are the ones you show? I'm sorry. Okay, yeah, I would agree with those.
Yeah, well, kind of last week where we kind of reaffirmed our positions on 1, 23, and 31. So I believe it's on y'all's side of the table, but if
I think you're right. I just don't have it on my chart that way.
drug testing, I consider that also on y'all's side of the table, even though we do have a bit of a footnote as to there may need to be some changes on those who carry firearms.
Yeah, and it's on our side of the table, but just like you said, we've kind of laid some language on arson and some other
Correct,
areas.
and I
I'll
think
make sure.
we would be, I guess, if y'all have drastic changes, or if you're gonna accept our proposal, or then we'll go ahead and do that, but if you have some seriously drastic changes, then we'll from what we propose.
I don't think we have drastic changes.
Okay,
In fact, I think we want to get things done quicker. I'll tell you what, we're gonna call, because my team will tell me if I'm wrong, I'll tell you immediately, but I believe we don't have drastic changes. In fact, maybe no changes. And then if you could come up with that language, that might hurry things along.
okay. And that's all I got so far, so we're still here at the table, we're willing and ready to, committed to keep working toward a deal.
Okay.
So we're done here.
Yeah, 31 is on our side. She sent it Friday. They just have merger with EMS Friday.
Okay. Let me do my
Go for it.
redundant summary now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds like we're on the same page.
So just really quick, some housekeeping things. We talked to our attorneys on the ABL article, and it sounds like, just from the scope of, does it harm the lawsuit? Adding additional control will not harm the lawsuit. Now, adding additional control may be something we don't want, we want to discuss, get to the right place on that, but we seem to be in good shape on that. There are some things, there's one thing they suggested about some of the wording you had, we can just provide it back to you on proposal. I think it actually might be something we can do. We have Jim Tate coming on Zoom for a short presentation on healthcare trust, answering questions you all have on risk at 11, if that's permissible on your side of the table. We have this little black box down there. When I see him come on, I'll go ahead and add them. And I'm having some trouble with my mic on this computer, so I may have to put him on speakerphone on my phone to make the communication work.
Or this worked last time when we had.
Yeah, it's the mic I'm having trouble with.
Okay.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I hadn't talked to him in a long, long time.
Yeah, that'll be good. Good. You maybe go over here and show your face if you want to.
I will.
Yeah.
He may hang up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He may hang up.
Yeah. I don't want to scare him too quickly in the presentation, maybe at the end. And then, 2 female firefighters are also hoping to do a short presentation on some of the needs, post-pregnancy, post-delivery at 12:30.
And then I'm scheduled to speak with Ben after that. I'm sorry, Matt, back up after that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, good deal.
Yeah.
You didn't get a hold of this weekend, but you're gonna deal with it.
Correct,
Okay,
yeah,
great.
children, we have kids.
Good deal, appreciate that. So I think we're on agreement on the TAs. I just said 18 kind of written like that, because I thought we were there, I just want to make sure. I think we're, on ADL, I think you mentioned this too a little bit, it's kind of on a little bit on both sides of the table, but we can go ahead and, if you want us to, well, how do you want to handle it? Let me just ask how you all want to handle that.
Well, we do have it on our side of the table, quasi on y'all's side of the table. I think we walked through it last week with y'all. So, but we have not actually physically sent it over, so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I know you sent something over for our consideration, wasn't quite
it was
proposal
intent,
ready.
yeah, it was
We've done that a few
intent,
times,
no.
which is helpful.
So we're
So,
sending that today.
well, let me caucus, because part of it was getting with the attorneys, and, so.
That's what we've done.
Which we've done, so we should send that over later today.
Right. And so I said, I thought EMS on their side of the table, we resolved that. So that's gonna be on our side of the table. We have preamble, leave, hours of work, overtime, promotion, hiring, civilian, cadets, drug testing, will be shown. And I guess drug testing now is kind of put back on your side of the table, since we're saying we think will be agreeable to what you laid out, and you're going to add the provisions for law enforcement.
Y'all will have no changes then?
I'll tell you what, just to confirm that, as soon as we break, I'll call this very quickly and confirm that, but I believe that's the case. This is just from last time, you know, we're really close to the end here. We continued, I think there's still a path to get an agreement at the table, although albeit tougher at this point. And we did, I thought we had a very productive discussion on past procedures. And what I mean by that is the procedures that we talked about in ground rules to deal with the TAs. And the problem, or the challenge of that procedure is, what that kind of means in some practical way, is that we have Monday and Tuesday negotiating, and kind of go into this other phase of looking at what articles we might want to accept, what articles we want to leave out. And so I didn't really contemplate that's what it did this week until this weekend, when I thought about it more, quite honestly. And so I think it's a good time to talk about just the process where we are, not negotiating, but the process in these couple of days and what the implication that could be. And so I think we both still desire to get a deal at the table. I don't think either of us are naive to think it's a little bit more difficult at this point. That's why I think process is so important. We have about 36% of the TAs done. And so, you know, a betting person would probably say that the tougher TAs in front of, or the tougher part in front of it, it's gonna be more problematic and challenging to get something on the table. And so, you know, under what we talked about, it's kind of realized this week, I started mapping out, you know, the remainder of the week. Kind of leaves the 2 days to really work hard on the deal. So this is what we're suggesting in terms of process. We certainly are offering this in good faith as a way forward for both of us. It's certainly up for discussion. But we would like some response to our initial wage proposal when you can get it. Sooner the better. I think we kind of jumpstart this, get us closer to a resolution within 2 days. I would say that we try to commit to mostly working on the wage proposal as number one priority. That's not to say we can't work on other things, but I think we both have to commit to that. Because as you guys know, that's our number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 priority. And, you know, we came in with a number that we think was justifiable, but we admit it was high. I think we said that even when we put it out. And y'all came out with a number that was lower, and I'm sure you feel like you justify that too. What we're trying to signal to you is we're willing and able and have we've done enough research that we can make decisions on reaching some sort of equilibrium on that article over the next 2 days if we can commit to that being the highest priority. And we hope to do that. And so I hope you can consider this as a good faith way forward, I think, for both sides. Now, we also don't want to disrespect your economic bundle walls. Of course, we can work on those other things too. I'm not saying we won't work on anything else. In fact, if you all, I know we're close or perceived to be close on management rights. I would suggest we put that off to Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday if it provides any opportunity cost to get these economic goals done. If we have time to work on them, of course, let's work on whatever we can. But I'm hoping we can get a commitment that we work on wages, number one priority, kind of other economic packages a second priority, and everything else kind of falls in a different category. Because in my opinion, if we're close on a bundle like management rights, we can get that done on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday also as well. So just a suggestion. We'd love to hear your thoughts back on that. And we also believe it would facilitate things if you commit to work from our wage proposal. Again, you have different opinions, that's our belief. And I think that would go a long way from our side of the table of really starting to make some progress towards equilibrium on that article. If we can't even decide which one we're working from, I think we've wasted another day very quickly just doing that alone. So this is our suggestion moving forward. We hope you guys could meet and talk about it and come back. And you know, we're very open to alternate ways of doing this process next year. I just don't think we can do it. I just believe that we can't agree on a process that gets us to the next 2 days. It would be very unlikely to get a deal on the table. If we can deal with some sort of framework, I think the odds go up, significantly. And if both sides can agree or get close to wages, we are committed to signing a 2-week extension. I know we've been very firm on not doing that for 5 or 6 months now. And I think what we said was we had a deal on concept, but we're starting to look at it as I guess a way to cooperate is that if we can get very close on wages, we feel like we have something we can both get behind on Tuesday. I think the other economic and non-economic proposals can be worked out. Not just because I think it doesn't make it fact, but I believe they can. And I'm telling you that we have that level of cooperative commitment on our side of the table to do that. And the definitions, we'll get on that one. Is there any questions?
I have one question.
Sure.
You said a 2-week extension?
I thought that was what statutory was required, was a 2-week extension, maybe bulk.
Well, it's not statutory, it's altered by the current contract, which is 30-day increments. That's.
The statute says 15 days.
That's what I thought.
The current contract has 30 days.
Oh, so you're saying that, I didn't realize that. So you're saying that the current contract.
That was just our expectation. And so.
Oh, 30-day was your expectation. I did not know that. I hadn't thought about it that way. I always thought it was a 2-week extension sort of thing, so. I'll have to look at the contract again and see what it says there. I'm sorry.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But I'm glad it came up, we'll sort it out.
Yeah, because that is important, because we don't want to, there's timeframes after this that are impacted if we go longer, so I'm glad you mentioned that, because I did not think of it in those terms.
So Devin, I'll let you kind of follow up on this, but I'll say just in response to the process, we appreciate you bringing up, we think having a deliberate and intentional process is a constructive and good thing. We don't disagree that focusing on wages and seeing whether or not that comes together has the potential to help us close the gap on a number of other items. We do believe that even when we look at the 36% complete number, that was part of your presentation there on the TAs that we had, there are actually quite a few of the things that are on the table that are in flux that are pretty close.
I would agree.
Either they are close and we probably know what the, resolution is, or they have very few moving parts left and a lot of them are kind of worked out. So we may feel like in the course of focusing on wages in the next 2 days, that some of those things we could actually sweep them out of the way as well. But other than that, I think that we are conceptually in agreement that that's not a bad way to move forward at this point in time. Devin, did I capture that?
That's fine. I do think though that we have some, obviously we want to present what we consider to be, within our structure. We do have a presentation later,
Right.
within our constraints, to be a fair package fiscally, but we also have some, you said your 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 is fiscal, or is wages. For us, we have some non-economic things that are our priorities, so I think, I understand you want to focus your time on those. We would also ask that, not every non-economic is our top priority, but some of them are priorities for us.
Some of them are high value targets.
Yeah.
And so even though they don't have a price, they are high value targets.
And we'll respect that. We're just trying to lay out what our thoughts are. And
Yeah.
we can prioritize certain things so we can get a framework getting closer to a deal. And I like the way you said it. 36% doesn't really paint the picture accurately. We are very close on certain things. And I do think because of that, we factored in, it is possible to get something done. So.
And we'll go through, obviously, what we sent last Friday, but what we did send over in terms of our Article 9 and the partial response is working off y'all's draft.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, glad you covered that. I meant to say that in my response here, so. That's where we're starting, not working off the other proposals.
Okay, that sounds a very good start. We've got about 7 minutes before Jim wants to drop in. If y'all have something else you wanted to present.
You need someone to filibuster for 7 minutes. Lowell Denton's your man.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna say that, but I do agree with that.
Let me make a quick remark about this. Last week I wasn't here for part of the discussion. And I mentioned this to you earlier, you were kind of sketching out the process discussion so we can cover that here in the open session. I think that the perspective on our team and the perspective on your team is probably different about what serious, interest-based, trying to forge a deal looks like. And I think in your mind, and probably your members' expectation, is that the more the discussion, the better, the more back and forth at the table, the more minutes and hours that we are in here hashing things out. And that's probably consistent with a lot of the public perception about the way the bargaining process works. In my experience, and I think in this team, most of the hard work we do ends up being on our side of the table within our group. What y'all don't see is you don't see all of the devil's advocacy that happens on behalf of your ideas or your proposals or your expectations, to where we're sorting those things out on our side of the table. You don't see the times when, my team gets mad at me or Devin and, says, well, the chief don't want to do that, or we can't afford to do that, or whatever. And we are having a very active, live discussion back and forth about what can we do that matches your request, or gets close to your request, or gives you some alternatives to your request that we can live with, even though the way you proposed it doesn't work. So there's an awful lot of interest-based bargaining that's going on that you don't ever see. And I'll just apologize to you for not figuring out more creative ways to make sure that your team and your members understand that, because I think that is a part of everybody realizing that the process is working, and that the movement we see on both sides of the table is actually working the way it's supposed to. The management right discussion, I think, is a pretty good classic example of that. And, we gave you what we thought were clarifications, and you kind of felt like we were, trying to move the fence over into your side of the pasture. We had some very constructive discussions, and then you came back and said, we don't think you ought to have carte blanche to make a complete total schedule change, just unilaterally on behalf of management. And so, we distinguished the things that were in there and had what I think was a very constructive discussion. So I think some of those things may turn out to where we end up getting resolved. Many of the things we talked about are that way. We are still doing the same thing. We're looking for ways to get to yes, or alternatives, or something for you and something for us in the same article. And that's why I think a lot of these articles are actually poised for some resolution that we can all live with. And my perception from the last time around is not the perception that I heard secondhand. That y'all didn't feel like that we were actually bargaining in good faith part of the time the last time, and felt the city was pushing y'all around and making you do things you didn't want to do. That was certainly not our impression. And our impression, it is true, and I think it's probably true everywhere I've ever bargained with with a firefighter bargaining unit, that in the absence of a functional impasse process, many times your members feel like they don't really have a good remedial outcome if their objectives are not met. We felt like, with the kind of approval that we saw from your membership the last time on the last contract, in spite of the tough reality, the city was saying, we want to reposition our mindset about where you should be in the market. We actually thought that that was a win-win bargaining outcome in the classic sense of how do you make a deal? And at the time, I gave you and your team a good bit of the credit for being mature and responsible and dealing with the realities that everybody had, and deciding what was fair. So I was disappointed to find out that there was a level of dissatisfaction apparently on your side of the table the last time that I did not know was there.
Yeah, well, and, Jim's dropping in, but I want to go ahead and address that real quick.
You bet.
So I think a lot of good things have happened during this 60-day cycle we've been through so far. I do think there's things that could have happened a little bit better. And a lot of the articles we're talking about now, we put on the table day one or day two. And they weren't addressed until way into the process. And, well, let me call Jim and let him know.
You bet.
We have mic issues and that he can stand by. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Hey Jim, we're finishing up something really quick and I'm having mic issues, so I'm probably gonna put you on my phone, speakerphone, for you to communicate to the group, just to let you know, so. I'm gonna go ahead, I can keep you on now or call you back, whatever your preference is. I'll just keep you on, I'll put you on speakerphone right now and.
Okay.
And Mr. Lowell Denton's here, he's excited about seeing you again, so.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see Lowell in a while.
Yeah. So. I'll just keep you on speakerphone, we'll just do it that way, then I'll let you know when we're ready to come over to the Zoom call. Actually, it looks like I'm reconnecting right now. Connectivity issues may be the problem, we may just do you on only phone if that turns out being the case, so.
Okay, I'll be ready to play.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, I think that, I started contemplating process this weekend. I really wish we had contemplated process earlier, maybe set some milestones, get some things done. I think it could have helped. It's all hindsight. I think there's been some good things that happened that I've ever seen in 7 bargaining cycles. And there's certainly some things I wish we would have happened those differently. I think the new environment might be an explanation for some of those delays. regardless, we're here, and I don't wanna poison that, I wanna move forward. In terms of 17, we definitely did not feel treated very well at the table. It's just truth. And we feel like we were dictated to, and I think one of the last tapes, Lowell, and I don't mean to, I have to address what you said, I'm not trying to poison things going forward, but you were very curt about it. You're basically saying, we're done at the end of the day. You want the deal or not? I'm paraphrasing, but that's basically what you said. And it was a 6.25% deal over 5 years. And it just happened to be the last 2 years, one of the highest, CPI increase or cost of living environments in the last 40 years. Our members are hurting. So if y'all were to come to the table this time and say, we understand that because of what occurred, CPI went higher than everybody thought. And we had an agreement, we had an agreement that we're gonna strive to do CPI. We're gonna try to make that up, That would have made 17 seem a little more mutual, is that we gave something up in terms of a very, very low cost of living raise. But y'all were understanding that we gave something up and we're gonna do something about it now. That's not what we're hearing. And so we felt like it was not a fair deal at the table. And like I explained to Becky, we took the deal of no deal because we didn't have a good alternative. And that's pretty much the way we sold the membership. That's the way we saw it. Well, we don't have an alternative. This is the best deal given a deal or no deal. It's certainly not a good deal. And so, if you didn't know that, then maybe we didn't do a good enough job of signaling that, or maybe we just thought it was too petty to talk about. I don't know what we were thinking at the time, but that's just the way we felt. So, there you go.
I respect the response.
Yeah. And, the past is as important as the future, and what we're doing right now. So, I say that only as a response. I'm not trying to say that to harm whatever relationship we have at this point moving forward. I do think we can get some things done. Jim, I'm gonna try to get on Zoom one more time. If that doesn't work, we'll just do this over the phone.
Okay.
So just give me a second. Low rate of connection on your computer, the city system.
Are you on the OSP? Yes.
Yeah, I'm on the wireless.
I'm showing okay, full bars.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, let's just try this. If it doesn't work, we'll drop them off. Let's do it. That'll be fine.
We set it up to the Wi-Fi and that happened this week.
Yeah. Get jammers on there.
Yeah. Bob, if you don't mind, I don't know how it's coming through, but if we just do speaker, if you could put the phone closer to the mic, maybe.
Jim, can you, let me see. Should have Jim up there now. Jim Tate. I think you were the president of Fort Worth for about 20 years or more, and you worked on the healthcare trust for that time, and then Michael took over in your absence, and you've continued to work with them on that. You've also been retained by the IFF to help other locals obtain, or at least look into the feasibility of whether it'd be a good thing for them. Is that pretty accurate introduction, Jim? Okay, and you get to speak up as much as you can. So it looks like we're going to be going from my speakerphone only. So I'm assuming you guys can't hear very well. Okay. Okay, so the people that can hear will, and at least we'll have it recorded, so you'll all be able to hear from that if we need to. So I think when I talk this weekend, and I want the city to be able to ask any questions they want to ask on this. One of the concerns I heard the city say at the table was that they're concerned about the risk. The risk is that if we moved over to it and things didn't work out, that the city would maybe not be technically on the hook legally, but feel like on the hook ethically to bail us out and bring us back into the city system. And I know you've explained some ways that can be mitigated through the way it's structured. So I was wondering if you could start off by going through through that aspect of how do we reduce risk in a healthcare trust.
Well, there's an inherent risk. There's inherent risk with it. We just have to manage that risk. And, what we manage the risk is with, preparing our reserves, our stop loss insurance to mitigate the catastrophic claims and problem funding and the others we've been managing. As far as risk to the city,
Can we stop for 1 second? I have a suggestion, because I don't think we can hear it all.
Yeah.
Can you
Hey,
plug
Jim,
your-
hold on just a second.
Could you possibly plug your phone into the speakers?
What's that?
Plug the phone into the speaker.
Do you have it? I don't know if he has it. You get a-
Yeah, I have an iPhone that doesn't have a quarters jack,
Okay.
so.
Yeah, I can't, I don't know if you guys can, we can't hear it all back
Plug
here.
into there.
If it doesn't seem as light.
He actually
What?
sounds quieter than when he was just.
Yeah, I was seeing if anybody had a Samsung that has just a regular auxiliary jack that can plug into the speakers.
Yeah, let's,
My phone, my speaker phone's a lot louder than that. I don't know what's going on. The
Wonder
volume.
if is he on speaker or
Yeah.
is
Yeah.
his hearing aid Bluetooth going through?
No, it's the speaker's just super quiet for some reason.
I guess we can try the Zoom thing one more time.
Maybe just do audio on Zoom.
So I know you guys did Zoom recently in the last meeting, right? It worked out
We
really
did
well, I
Teams,
thought.
but yeah.
Teams.
You want-
Should we just get on and off again, and maybe I can get a slightly better connection?
Do you wanna try my hotspot?
Yeah.
What's that?
You wanna try my hotspot?
Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. My hotspot actually works pretty good too, but I'm gonna get off. Hey, Jim, I'm gonna try my hotspot, on my phone and try to get back on Zoom.
Okay.
And then I can probably still have to call him, though. It's still not gonna work good. I still gotta call. My mic's not working. But you know what? I can mute him and he can come through my speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that'll work. That'll work. So let me move over to my hotspot on my phone and I'll try to get on Zoom again.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye. That's a good idea.
It's a blessing and a curse technology.
Normally the hotspot works pretty good. I'll disconnect you. I apologize for the problems. See if we can fix it quickly.
Becky's over there feeling
I was
vindicated.
gonna say, I have a feeling not the only one with technical issues this time around.
I think Sarah sabotaged our equipment, but I'm working theory. What kind of connection do you have here on your phone?
5G and.
I've got a good connection, but I'm not connected to my hotspot.
Your first net.
What's that?
Are you on first net?
No, I'm on AT&T.
Try it.
You got your setup?
Yep.
What's your name yours?
It's Jeremy C.
See it?
It's on mine.
Oh, here, is yours just iPhone?
Yeah.
Is it yours?
Jeremy C.
He sees it.
You're seeing Jeremy C?
Yep. My phone's up, somebody else's iPhone is Jeremy C. Mine's not connected, I'm on the Austin guest.
I actually don't see him.
I see Jeremy C.
Yours is still not showing up. I'm gonna go back, since I can't see yours, and I can't get on mine, I'm gonna go back to, now it's saying I can't connect to even the Austin system. Austin system. Let's see if I can get back on Zoom. And if we can't make this work very soon, we'll just abort.
Okay.
Too much to do there. To waste too much time. So.
Or I was thinking too, you could send me the link, or maybe somebody on your team.
We are not gonna have success, so, we're gonna have to abort this one and maybe see if we can do it tomorrow if you have any availability, once we get this worked out. Hey, Bob.
I was saying, did you want to send me the link or somebody else on your team the link?
Hold on just a second, Jim, I'm sorry, what?
Did you want to send me the link? Then you can kind of go through my computer, or maybe somebody else on your team that has a computer that can see Jeremy's hotspot? And they could just be a member on that Zoom meeting?
Yeah, I do, but let's just abort now.
Okay.
Because I just don't wanna waste any more time, we just got such limited time, and we'll figure out the technical issues on our own time, and then, I think it's a great idea, I just think we need to cover loss at this point and move on, but I appreciate it, thank you. Sorry about that, Jim, I'll be in touch with you soon. Take care, bye. Apologize for that.
No, it's all right, and feel free to, just kind of like type up a little briefing of his points on those issues. We'll be glad to hear from him.
And I can tell you very quickly what he would probably say, because I talked to him this weekend. So when you get a broker to do a health insurance trust, there's many local have done this, many are way smaller than us that made it successful. Of course, it depends on a couple of things, right? It depends on whether successful is how it's set up, and that can reduce risk. But also whether you do it or not depends on what the city can offer versus what you can get through this other system. That's what we're trying to establish through our feasibility, and I suspect it may not be good enough for feasibility, too, honestly, but we'd like to answer that question anyway. Now, how you reduce the risk is you hire there's a couple brokers that do this sort of thing. You hire them, and they negotiate with insurance companies, and then you buy a series of insurances to make sure that you can cover your stopgap, for either, you can do it a variety of different ways. You can do it over so you buy insurance over a certain level, insurance company pays for it, over certain claims it pays for it. But you structure it, so you're a self-insured system, so you don't have to do any of that, but this would be a self-insured system. The extra fees that you need to do the insurance is to make sure you stay financially viable, certainly costs the system. But these other locals have done that and still can operate their system within the financial parameters of what they're getting from the city, from their members, and then not break those financial limits. And according to Jim, and I don't think he's the expert on this, maybe the brokers would be a little bit more, but the failure of these systems is extremely low. And that could, whether it fail, which is a very low number, it can usually be attributed to bad management, in the term of the board. But if you set it up right, you set up with the right insurances, don't take those sort of risks, there's a very good success rate. And so in Fort Worth, what they're contributing to the Fort Worth Health Security Trust for the firefighters is less than what they contribute to the regular employees per capita. There's actually a savings in the city. From what I'm hearing. Now, if you heard something different when you talked to Fort Worth, I'd love to hear about that. But anyway, that's what I talked to Jim about this weekend. I attended really quickly, so you have some idea what we might hear from him. I apologize for the presentation. We'll work on those technical issues and do it tomorrow. We also need to kind of work on the next presentation we have at 12:30 on the maternity leave, so we'll have to dedicate some time to that. So sorry to waste your time on that, really.
That's all right. It was worth the effort. All right. So we will, I think that's all we have for now, right? And we will see y'all back for 12:30.
Sounds great. Thanks.
Thank you.
Try a little more reconnection here just to see if I can figure out why. I think we'll get on the hotspot.
Took the option.
Do you have your hotspot on still? You have an iPhone, right? Okay. Can you use your hotspot very much?
Yeah.
I found that on iPhone hotspots, you have to connect it immediately, unconnect and reconnect in order to make it work. I don't know if you've had the same.
I only ever turn it on when I'm gonna use it, so I always do.
Okay.
So I just turn it on.
That was one here. There were 8, 26, 27, and
Is that perhaps yours that just dropped in? It says shows the name of your business.
It says Jeremy C.
Let me see that. Okay. Oh, it's right up here, right?
That's my
Oh, that's the
password.
password, right? That's not a very strong connection.
Well, I can imagine.
See mine show up that.
Oh, but yours says it shows his iPhone.
But it's not connecting, which is really odd, because I use this thing all the time. In fact, I got pretty decent.
I wonder if it's someone's computers. It seems weird that it wouldn't be connected to the cities, and they're getting fine on their side, they're having fine internet. I wonder if it's where it's just a restart the computer.
The computer sucks. Unfortunately, it's just operating better on another one.
Yeah.
You know, I can try.
That's really my only go-to move for electronics.
This computer just takes a long time to reset too.
Yeah. I've got an old HP, it's the same way.
We have live stream turned off? Okay. I guess what I need to do, I wonder if what would be causing the problem on the computer, like is maybe a dirty, is a touch screen, maybe a dirty screen, is it a dirty pad? I mean, I don't even know. I've never had that happen before. It's just so.
Is every time you're left clicking?
It'll just do things I don't want to do. I'll right click and it will bring up a menu that I didn't ask for. You know? It's just kind of crazy.
Right.
You might
try
just,
restarting that one?
Oh, yeah.
you might just have to give up, Bob, and get a mouse. Disable the touchpad and get a mouse.
Yeah.
Maybe. I didn't think about that. That might be a good insurance solution.
The intern, you can try to
That's a good idea.
steal Tim's connected to see if that solves the problem.
Do what now?
I said, you could try to connect Tim's to your computer and see if that solves the problem, and get your mouse and fix it.
I got an extra mouse right here.
Oh.
You wanna use it?
Yeah. Yeah, because it's
That would be
really just a corrupted touchscreen. This other computer. Yeah, it's gonna turn on.
Oh, he has got the mouse?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll
We're gonna throw it on. You gonna throw it on
yeah,
the
we
computer?
can do that. Let's check my other computer. So that's set up. Problem it does, and we can just hook that one up in here and.
Okay.
Thanks, Tim.
Well,
You can use the touchpad on yours to do the rest of what you need to do, I guess. Oh, you got another mouse? So where'd that mouse come from?
always prepare, Bob.
You got an extra mouse?
Yeah, you never know.
You got licenses?
You just never know what's gonna happen.
Found a dongle for the iPhone.
They did.
So I think I'm gonna test this. Oh god. Okay. Over here. I'm just gonna unplug this. And we'll go test steel. What could possibly go wrong here? There we go.
Don't say that too many times.
Drastic changes or period except our code.
I don't think we address the changes.
Work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It did indeed. I'm gonna do a reset of these wires here. Let's look at this. There's a lot of crossing wires.
It's at 12:30, right?
Yes.
We're right in the middle of lunch.
Yes.
That's good timing. You're gonna eat cold pizza. And get here around 12:15 and
Yeah. Time to strap this piece down.
So are they still, if you test positive, Are they still sending people home or only if they have symptoms?
Just sending people home if they're positive.
Really, that's it?
Huh?
They just test positive?
Yep.
How do they keep, like, is there a lot of overtime?
Yeah, but not because of COVID. We're not. It's you know it's weird. It's going through people, but it's not spreading. It's like whole stations aren't getting knocked out. Huh?
You see the workman's comp, I mean, every day there's probably 20.
Really?
I just don't think I honestly think that they've just stopped. I would think that they've stopped sending people home.
I would think so too, but now they haven't. They're still putting you off.
Because I mean, there's nothing.
Yeah, I mean, I guess there are. It's just like whole stations aren't being wiped out. So it's not like when we had 50 back in the height of this stuff.
And they are testing everyone.
No. I mean, some people have stopped testing.
Like if you go into work, you don't have to test.
No.
Because that's it.
I think they're saying test if you're symptomatic.
I think that's the only reason why. Because I think everyone right now is going to get COVID.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, it's impossible.
Yeah.
Like my mom just got it this morning, and it's like she's so careful, but she went out July 4th and was with her friends, and like this variant now, they said the shots, the boosters, nothing matters. You're going to get it.
Yeah.
And like I keep arguing with people. It's like it doesn't matter now because like some people don't even feel that sick. Does anyone know the long-term effects of what's going to happen if you get COVID? And that's like I don't want.
That's the scary part, right? Yeah.
I mean, I had it once. I don't want to get it again.
Yeah.
Is it every time you get it, just something worse is going to happen?
Yeah, I don't know. I've had it twice. I'm fortunate to not have any lingering effects. That
like the second time you got it, was it bad, was it?
No, the first time wasn't that bad either. It was, I felt sick for a day, and then I lost my taste for a month, and taste and smell for a month and a half.
Ricky's had it?
Ricky's had it twice. And she got hit really hard the first time. Her sats were in the 80s. She developed pneumonia from it. So she was out for a while.
Was that early on? Or?
Yeah, that was like December the first year. So was that when Delta came out?
I think it was Delta.
So I think she got Delta, got hit pretty hard, and then she got it again a month ago, maybe whenever I was wearing a mask in the room and out here.
That's what I figured. I just figured you guys stopped testing because if they forced everyone to take a test when they got to work, I don't think they'd be able to work.
Yeah,
they tested.
Yeah, maybe not.
Because like my wife got it first, and then for 3 days I felt fine.
Yeah.
But then I got it. I mean, I don't think there's any if, ands, or buts about you're going to get it if you've been in contact with anyone.
Yeah, I don't know if I escaped it when Ricky got it because I'd had it not too long ago, so if I still have enough antibodies to keep me from getting it. We also isolated. When she was in the common area, she wore an N95, and I would wear an N95 anytime I was there, and then we slept in separate bedrooms, so we did a good job staying away from each other.
Yeah, I just see just based on workman's comp. I mean, it's crazy how many. And then I figured that was it because.
Yeah,
you think there'd be more, but
I think when we show up to work, I'd say maybe 3 out of the 8 test, and it's just kind of a random like, oh, there's a box sitting there, I'll test it. And if there's not a box sitting out, probably people don't think about it.
So like, look yesterday.
Jeez.
This that was just.
That's weird, Max. I'm not.
And then today there's been 3. I think.
I wonder if it's just
1, 2, 3. David Neal. I haven't seen these.
Yeah.
I thought there'd be more problems, but that's kind of what I guessed. Is I guess that.
Yeah, I think
people have stopped testing.
If you test, it'll probably go up. Yeah.
If you have symptoms, you'll test, and if you don't, not having symptoms doesn't mean anything.
Right. Yeah. But yeah, last time around that I had COVID, I would not have known I had COVID. I had a scratchy throat, and that was it. I never experienced anything else. I only tested because everybody in my station was starting to pop hot.
Do you have allergies?
Yeah.
Yeah, see, that's my problem too.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's allergies or if it's.
Yeah, I felt no worse than when I have allergies. You know, so it was like I wouldn't have thought anything of it if COVID wasn't around. You know, like I would have thought, oh man, I got something, or people weren't popping hot. I don't know.
Hello? You're outside the building? I'll be right down.
Hey, Jordan, can you hear me okay? Hey, Jordan, can you hear me all right?
Yep, I can hear you.
Okay. I'm gonna come back in there and grab the speakers. I'm gonna test the audio a little bit that way. I'll see you in just a second.
Yes, sir.
It's not Alfredo, no, it is not free base.
Hey, Jordan, can you hear me? Hey, Jordan, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, I can hear you.
Okay, I hear you guys well over here playing through the speakers, so I think we got it all fixed now, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
I'm shutting down.
How you doing today? I know I asked you that earlier.
Good, how are you?
Good, good.
Good.
Pizza started a kind of a allergy reaction
Really?
for me, a little bit. I mean, not a big, terrible one, but a little bit of one, you know. I'm having a little bit of trouble. My throat's kind of closed down just a tad. It's never a good
Which
thing.
piece did you have?
What's that?
Which one did you have?
I had a little bit of everything, so. Well, I just can't stop touching that screen. It's hard for me. Come on, phone. Yeah, I can hear it. How y'all doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yep, you guys are in a realm almost as boring as mine.
We need to fix our background though. I think we
Okay.
need to blur it out. Yeah, under more settings.
Well, I appreciate you all doing that, and I appreciate you guys jumping on quick so we can test this equipment really quick. We had a lot of trouble with our equipment this morning trying to get Jim Tate on Zoom, so it looks like this is working well. How about your side? Can you hear me okay and everything?
Yeah, we're just turning our volume up. You're a little quiet, but that's the computer setting. And it looks like it blurs me out if I sit too far back.
Yeah.
Here we go.
And yours is a little choppy. I may take off your audio because we've got not the greatest wireless connection here, so I might have to drop your audio, or excuse me, your video, but I'm gonna leave you on for now.
Oh, perfect. We wouldn't be mad about that.
Yeah, because these strangely weird digitized images of you are gonna be very compelling to the audience. So we
Yeah.
appreciate that.
So I'm here
All I have to do is shoot my belly and
from
then
Early. His brother-in-law works for Westwood now. So he's
All right, well, I'm gonna mute mine.
So
It
he's
looks
on
like it's
campus.
working good, and
He's
and once the team comes in, I'll introduce you all, and I'll probably introduce yourselves.
Early's making it sound like it wasn't a 3 year, it was this year
coming on,
to
thank
catch
you.
up with Seaboard. Oh, wow. Tell me they got a 20% fever. Huh. Seems pretty
Are they in the
highly
same place?
unlikely.
Really? Or do we just have technology? Okay.
They're together.
No, we figured out how to put them on the same screen and look like they're in the same room. Can't get the speakers or the phone to work, but we can do that.
Are the speakers not working?
I'm-
Chief, did you hook up the speaker to the phone?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
Did you hook up the speakers to the phone?
I did. Well, I hooked them up to this laptop, so
Miss Anna?
I did not use the connection that's on this.
Why not?
Because it seemed to be working better without, just as well without it. I'm hooking directly to my laptop now. I got this laptop on.
Not very loud.
So I wanted to use the phone.
Just turn the speaker on, just,
No, we got some, playing everything through the speakers.
I don't think it's going through the speaker right now.
It's coming through your computer right now.
Is this,
It's quiet.
is this the speaker right here?
Plugged in, but I don't know if it's electric.
It's not showing any, power right now, is there?
Green light, should it?
Yeah.
Is that brown?
It's plugged
Nope,
in.
there you go.
The
No,
brown
it's not.
plug, but the brown
No,
plug.
it's not.
I'll probably just crank this way.
Plug this in somewhere. Oh wait, here. Tim's getting
I
it.
turned it on. I first saw a green light on there earlier.
It's not plugged in.
It may be.
It's about to be.
There it is.
Now it's not going through the speaker. I have to reselect the speaker now. I'll give you guys adjust the volume, what y'all can handle.
That'll work. Y'all ready?
We are. Okay. We'll wait for
Tim, are you ready? Anna and Sandy, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Still going through which,
It's just your computer. But it's louder than what your
hold
phone.
on just a second, we're trying to go to the speakers.
No problem.
It's good.
Oh, here we go. Can you give me one more test, please?
Hear us now? Can you hear us now?
Still going through the,
We hear you, but it's not coming through here.
There's some echo.
There is a bit of an echo, yeah.
that is so strange because it shows it coming to the headphone now.
We pulled it up, those headphones where it says speakers, real tech.
Yeah, real text select. That's not good.
Did that go through there? Okay, good, thank you. Okay. Sandy and Anna, we're ready to go. Just a quick introduction. Can you guys hear me okay, just to make sure we're testing okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. And if somebody asks a question from the other side of the table, I will try to repeat as best I can because I got the microphone on my computer. but we got speakers, so everybody should be able to hear okay now. Sandy and Anna both helped me a lot and actually helped motivate me a lot on the parental leave issues. As I think I said earlier, I'm kind of ashamed to tell you I've been the president for 12 years, didn't really understand until like last summer the type of things female firefighters are going through. They're taking leave without pay to finish their time so they can rehab to the level where they can come back to a firefighting job, which is very physically demanding. And so I think some of the issues they want to address is, they listened in on some of our tapes. And I think it was during the post-delivery time, why they would need more time than just parental leave in order to accomplish what they need to get back to firefighting shape for operations. So Anna and Sandy, if you don't mind introducing yourself really quick, and then feel free to start your presentation whenever you're ready.
Excellent, thank you, Chief Nixon. I have 3 years into the department, and I want to just take a few minutes, first of all, to say thank you for the opportunity to share our story. Sandy's going to tell you her story as well. I think that's really important for you guys to hear from people directly impacted by the conversations you're having, so we appreciate the time you guys are giving today. I'll just start off, and then Sandy can share her story as well. So for me, I was pregnant once before. I'm pregnant again now, so I kind of have 2 different stories. But with my first baby, I was in operations at a very busy station and got pregnant and had intentions to return back to my operations position as quickly as possible. But being rather new to the department, like most women in the childbearing years are, I hadn't accrued much leave, and knowing that I was pregnant, of course, I was very careful in how I used my leave. As I was finding out that I'm pregnant and during the pregnancy, once I notified my chain of command that I was pregnant, I was put into a modified duty position. And so I know that is part of the conversation today. The question that Dr. Paulson asked on behalf of others was, why doesn't modified leave work for post-pregnancy? And so just to speak to kind of both sides, the pre and the post, I know this conversation is focused on post, but even in the pre-delivery leave there, I was put into multiple different positions because of the length of that modified leave. And so I was kind of pushed around to a few different spaces, a few different offices, a few different assignments. And then finally, when I did have my baby, I didn't have a lot of leave in my accrual bank, so I had to use deplete almost all of my leave, even though I was saving it carefully for that time period. And then in my case, I had strong opinions about wanting to come back into operations, so I was able to return after 3 months of leave, but I felt somewhat rushed to come back to operations because there was an offer to move to that modified duty position. But I also believe there's a bit of a stigma within the department to stay within the operations department and not go to a modified leave position because it's a temporary position. So I felt kind of rushed since my leave was running out, and I wasn't able to go, based on my family situation, into a non-paid position, an unpaid leave situation. So I was sort of rushed back into operations at that 3-month mark. And so as some of us, I know some of the women in the room have had babies before, we know that doctors clear you to start working out after a vaginal delivery up to 6 weeks. So getting back into firefighter shape by 3 months is a push. So after having that experience and returning back to a busy station, I had a good experience. My crew was supportive, and my officer was supportive, and my battalion chief as well. But still knowing that other women were going to have to face those same challenges I had to face, and also knowing our big push for female recruitment in the department, I knew that this had to change for other women, which is why I kind of followed Chief Nix on this project. But really my point is, and I know the question was, after 6 weeks, why is it that post delivery leave enough, or sorry, modified duty enough? And so one thing I think modified duty position is really difficult for us.
Anna?
We're having to come back to a 410 or 5, yes?
Hey, we had you drop off a few seconds ago and we couldn't hear you, but maybe if you would suppress your video on your side, I've done the same thing on my side, the audio might work better. So if you could back up maybe 30, if you could back up about 30 to 45 seconds in your presentation, that'd be helpful.
Yes, of course.
I think it sounds good right now.
Okay, I'll back up. So the idea of, I think the question that Dr. Paulson or other folks were asking is, why not come back in this modified duty position afterwards? And so one point I wanted to make is that we as firefighters are set up in our lives as this shift work schedule. So to have to be in this modified leave situation, because a lot of firefighters live an hour and a half out of the city, so to come back into town for this 4 or 5, 410s or 5/8s is really a burden for them, because that's not how our daycare situations are set up. Our family lives, oftentimes the females can be the primary caregiver of the child, which is relief when we're on shift. So there are other kind of challenges that I think are unique, just to point out, because I said are different than any other type of duty position. And then also, I think something, I don't know if you guys caught this, but just that doctors are and doctors clear us for starting to work out at 6 weeks. And so, although we are certainly grateful, we know that that's the point when we can start getting back into that firefighting shape. And so to have to kind of return to that modified leave schedule, it might not be conducive to all of the different components of scheduling and kind of physical and emotional stress of childbirth is a challenge. Unique to different than our male or even our civilian counterparts. Female firefighters, we literally can't go back to our pre-pregnancy positions. I mean, there's just no way at 6 weeks, like a civilian can go back to a desk job. We literally couldn't go back to our firefighter position because we're just being cleared to do workouts at that point. And so I think we are in a unique situation, though we appreciate the parental leave thing across the board for everybody. I think this particular subset of firefighters, female firefighters, especially those in operations, deserve special consideration. And that's why we put this original proposal together back last fall. We asked for a total of about 6 months at the woman's option. Originally, the composition was a modified duty, which is what you guys are suggesting, but at an accelerated pace. So we were asking for 6 months to kind of get back into that firefighter shape. And the idea was, we think women, and I know from my experience and from the women I've spoken, we don't enter this trained. It's not what we came into the job to do. So I'll just say from my experience, I'm pregnant again now, and because I went through that experience where I was sort of rushed back into operations and didn't feel I had sufficient leave to be able to recover fully, I took proactive measures to move to an assignment, a firefighting assignment in advance of the pregnancy, so that I could be in a better position with supportive staff and supportive chain of command, so that I could be, and not that my command wasn't supportive earlier, it's just not as conducive to a woman returning quickly from having a baby. And so that's why I moved to dispatch. And so I think that's the type of thing that tends to happen just for this segment of females, who are having babies in the department. We're forced sometimes into these staff positions so that we can support our families during this time of change. And that's different than the male counterparts and different than our civilian counterparts. So that's kind of the point I wanted to make about that being a little bit different. And then the other last piece I'll just mention is I was heavily involved in recruiting with the last hiring process, and proud to say, I talked to hundreds of women, and I know Sandra as well had that experience with her role as well. And a lot of these women are asking, because this is the modern world, like, how are we supporting women in the fire department? We know Austin is a very, a progressive place, and that the recruiting campaigns show so many women in all the ads. We know that women are welcome in the department, but once you're in, what does that look like? And so we have to be honest and just explain that, there are some real challenges that we're trying to work through, and things are working in the right direction, but we're not being consistent as far as support goes for our women. And so I think that the parental leave program goes part of the way there, but it doesn't go all the way there, because our women are facing additional physical recovery challenges that the male counterparts or civilian counterparts really just don't face as far as physical recovery from the childbirth goes. So I'll introduce Sandy too. Sandy helped a lot during our project as well, so she has a little bit of a different story I knew from when I started the academy that I was gonna want, like, just with my relationship with my husband at the time, we were gonna want to have kids, so we were very frugal with saving as much time as possible. I was very, just very conscientious of, like, when I asked off, not frivolous. And when I got pregnant, I still had to take leave without pay at the time, and so I had at least somewhere around 3 weeks of leave without pay to be off for about, I think it was 10 or 11 weeks altogether, and that was really hard. And then to also feel the pressure to get back, like to get my body completely physically back and ready to go, with not really knowing if I was going to be able to come back on modified or not. There wasn't a clear answer, and so that was just the struggle for me, was that I got cleared to work out around 6 weeks, and it wasn't until 6 weeks when I was cleared to exercise that I discovered that I had some other medical issues that stemmed from labor and delivery, and that I was going to need a lot more time to recover than I originally thought, and that my doctors had originally thought. And so, every woman's experience is different through childbirth, but that's just my personal situation that happened. And it wasn't going to be resolved in 3 weeks or 4 weeks. I was going to need a couple more months of just really focusing on therapy and letting my body recover. And when I got onto modified, again, I was passed around a lot, just kind of unsure where the department needed me, and then it just wasn't super conducive to my healing and what I needed to be doing as far as my medical, my therapy and everything. And so I think that the big thing for my experience is just that everybody has had a different experience as far as how they came back. And my personal experience was that it wasn't super easy to do the modified route, as far as getting approved and kind of what to do with me. And so it didn't set me up to have a lot of confidence as far as returning back to work, and feeling ready to return back to work. And so I'm looking forward to the next, just what we can do here next and how we can set this up better, because like Anna was saying, as far as the recruiting goes, this would just be a huge step forward for Austin and for any future women in the fire department, the support that this would bring them. So I think that's all I have for that.
Hey, Anna and Sarah, I really appreciate you guys speaking. I'm sorry about some of the difficulties with technology. Is there any questions from the other side?
No.
And I'm sorry you probably couldn't hear as good as we'd hoping, but did you guys?
I think we got the gist of almost everything. I don't know what it is. Murphy's Law of Phones is the most critical part of the conversation always is missing.
Yeah, seems like so.
But I think that we can fill in the gaps from hearing two different versions of the discussion. And we are very interested in understanding and figuring out how to lawfully and properly solve these problems and go forward. We probably will want to have some more discussion. Maybe Sandra and Anna could give us some further feedback through you about how the current parental leave benefits now in place, how would they have affected their experience that we've heard about in the past? Some of that, it sounds like, would have been better Although we
would've been.
although we realize obviously that, you know, that there are still challenges and solutions that we're looking forward, to understanding better and doing what we do.
And I just, you know, I contacted this before, I'll reiterate, and Anna, Sandy, if you wanna jump in, that's fine too. But, our current hiring process, we have perfect parity with female recruits in the process as far as being successful. Actually, in many processes, they are actually more successful than the other groups. So that's really bodes well for our selection procedures. As Anna's indicated, a lot of it is trying to get women to apply. If you have 16% apply, probably about 17% will get in. 20% apply, you know, a little over 21% will get in. It's a really favorable process to females. What's not favorable is these sort of programs. And the good news is, if we can get through the legal issues, and Becky, you mentioned some ADA stuff that Matt's been looking at, he's prepped to talk to you about that. So the Supreme Court case is compelling, but there's some ADA issues that you mentioned that he looked up further. He's prepared to talk to you about that. Hopefully we'll do that. But if we work through those, and if you're looking at costs, the costs are very small. We've had an average of 2 females a year for the last 5 years. It's just slightly over $100,000 for the backfill to do this. And I'm even including the parental leave in that calculation. You back that out, it's much less. And so if it's a very positive thing in terms of recruiting, it's cheap and it's legal, we hope that'll be enough that we can get some sort of deal on this type of leave. Sandy and Anna, do you have anything to add before we move on?
This is Anna. I was just going to add maybe 2 quick points. One other idea we've talked about in these conversations is the current policy now for short-term disability is a 30-day elimination period. And because standard leave, like doctor's notes, standard, if you have a vaginal birth, it's 6 weeks, 42 days. If you have a C-section, it's 8 weeks, 56 days. So what that leaves us with, and I know I have Joya's chart here with the FMLA, how she kind of planned out this leave to be covered. But we know that only day 31 through 42, for vaginal, or 31 through 56 for C-section births will be covered by short-term disability. So the handicap there for us, the challenge is that a 30-day elimination period is a lot of personal leave to use. And even with the parental leave that we were able to get this spring, that still uses up the majority of the parental leave in that first 6 weeks. So I'm just bringing that up as another idea. Potentially, I know we've been talking about kind of the cost of backfill, but maybe there's another approach too, where there's a shorter elimination period. And I don't know what the cost is to reducing our short-term disability policy, or if that's something that can be done just for fire, for example, instead of doing it citywide. But I'm not sure if that's a department by department issue. But for us, if we were able to reduce that elimination period, that would help us tremendously, because it would allow us to have several 2 to 3 more weeks of leave instead of, or paid through short-term disability instead of, if post-delivery leave bank is not possible, that's another idea. Of course, that's what we're going for. I'm just trying to think creatively of other ideas that can help solve that gap.
Yeah, I think we talked to Joy about that a little bit at the time too, didn't we?
Yeah, we mentioned it kind of throughout the conversations. I'm not sure if she was thinking of it at a city level, so I'm not sure if that was what her analysis of that piece was. And the other thing I want to just mention real quick is that I know that parental leave is for bonding, so our real thought here is that this is for the physical recovery and it has a physical job. Our real point is, yes, that bonding leave is important, but different than any other civilian or other type of position. We have a physical requirement in this position, and so that's our real push for this. Different than our male firefighter counterparts, different than our civilian counterparts. We are in a situation where we have to be able to perform at certain standards. And so this leave bank, what we were originally asking for 4 months, was based on data and research from the last 5 years, like Chief Nick said, but 2 a year. But I also found out through our FMLA coordinators through the fire department what the average leave was that everyone was taking, and it's about 4 months. And so the idea there was, if we could provide that 4 months to women so they don't feel that rush to come back to operations, I think we can still get those women back on trucks like they want to be, which is where I know Sandy wants to be, I want to be. We had to change our lives and our assignments in order to compensate for the lack of support in that regard. So I just want to point out it's a really different bucket, and it's really different and unique to the women in this department. that no other type of employee or even our male counterparts will face.
We appreciate that. Any other questions from your side? Thanks so much for dropping in. I'll visit with you guys later on. Give you an update.
Thank you, Chief.
We appreciate it. Take care. And that last point, I'm not so sure, you probably heard it okay, but what they're saying is, unlike their male counterparts, when they experience pregnancy and they don't have enough leave, they have to look for other options. Those options are going into staff positions. And a male counterpart just never has to make that sort of calculus. And so they end up going to these positions of staff to kind of augment the leave they need to recover, where they would have never made that decision otherwise. They would have stayed in operations and stayed in the job they love. And I hope I described that properly, because I think it's a really important concept. They literally have to take a different career path based on their pregnancy and level of support in many cases. So, I appreciate y'all enduring that. Sorry about the technical issues again. I'm sitting here not touching my laptop, and it's just changing on the screen, so I don't quite understand that, but it is what it is.
Mine punishes me that way sometimes.
That must be what it is.
All right. Anything else for this discussion? Appreciate that feedback very much. We'll continue our analysis and so forth.
Thank you.
Yeah. We will let you know in the next 30 minutes what our next get together is going to be.
Sounds great.
What we've got. All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, we kind of got caught in the middle of that discussion, getting in here this presentation.
Yeah, we're close on a couple of things too. We'll see if we can finish those up.
You guys just gonna come down and tell us what you're doing?
Yeah.
Sounds like a whole bunch of non-creative people have a problem with creativity. So you sound right now. Where's that team?
Everything going okay from this point?
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. You're still working okay, Bernard?
Yeah. Did I say 30 minutes?
What's that? Yeah, I think that's pretty about what he said. Yeah.
Okay. 30 minutes to decide what they're gonna do next.
Yeah.
I said, wait. About today.
So that.
It'd be nice if they decided to wait till tomorrow. I doubt it. That did not make for good video.
I need to either.
I'll just start off and then Sandy can share her story as well. So for
that you are here, do you have time to look at it for a minute?
Yeah.
Sure got something to drink in this truck. Okay, if you don't mind, I'll let you drive and I'll just sort of try to give you the instructions. Does that work?
Yeah. There we go.
Open that file that I sent you, did it get, or that we sent to your side? Did you get the file?
The file from way back when?
No, not the original report. Are you on city email or do you have a
No.
separate, you all write your email account down and I'll put your email down? I'll bring this piece. Unless you need it or something. They were supposed to give it to you because one of the tabs has the instruction on it.
So it's T period OLS1.
Local. Olson, I have a pulse and it's like, yacht time, right? those things where lawyers are out of the office for like 3 hours straight. The minute I go to do something,
Immediate?
they're back.
That's just my, I'm working on 2 laptops.
I was going to say, and an iPad, you're really,
One
what are your laptops?
of my mouses, my
Oh,
mice.
the mice. So you haven't seen this Excel sheet yet?
I saw it somehow. I don't know
Okay.
if Bob just showed it to me or.
But he didn't send it to you, you kind of worked through it. Go ahead and open it.
Well, I'm in the transition from moving to this one to that one.
Just double click on it.
Shit's
Where
working.
it's thinking, okay.
And there's why I moved. Kick start the end. It is.
It doesn't look like it was very souped up to begin with.
Oh, no. Maybe like 200, no.
Yeah. You
I-
probably need it.
I did not live by the next one.
Things, no. It's not technology.
What about that?
No, it's all right. Sometimes I get impatient with mine, and I'm not gonna be impatient with mine anymore.
Hey, at least it works. It may take a while, but. It says 101.
Oh, 101, okay.
Yeah, I think yesterday it had 110, right?
It did, and they're saying it's gonna do it again today.
Here we are.
Oh, I'm sorry, here we are. All right, I don't know all these codes, so I did as many of them as I could. So you probably know what
Yeah.
the different codes are, all right? So basically, we're gonna use a method with VLOOKUP, and I don't know if you've done that before or not. You know how to sort data so you can get it all, so that it's sorted by employee number. So the sample data I have here, this is, and it's already been sorted by employee number.
Okay.
I think I deleted some columns out of your report, because I don't know what they're for, I just kept the important ones,
Okay.
for before and after. So I've already sorted 11 and 12, those 2 files. Come back on over to the instructions. Sort it and clean out formulas at the bottom, because there's also embedded in the original report, there's some formulas like partway through that sum up how many people did certain things, how much it costs, I think. Clean that out of there, so what you end up with is clean data, which was on that data tab. And go ahead and go to the top, because you want that data to be, you know, I even label it because I get forgetful. Leave a blank column on the left, always put the new data on the left and the old data on the right. So 1 month to the next, or 1 pay period to the next, and you're gonna have another.
This would 12, this would be 11.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then come back on over to the instructions again. So once you've got the data set up for that month, what did I put here? Get the column number arranged. Oh, this is just what you know, Google says. That's what Google says about how to do VLOOKUP. So step 1 was to sort the data, clean out the formulas, copy it to the data file so that both pay periods are side by side, label them with the whatever they are. You leave one side on the left blank. Then you copy the VLOOKUP formula into column A. And all you're doing is you're taking, come on over to data real quick. And come right there. It's taking this, B3. Oh, it's looking to see if it's the same person, right? So B3 compared to G3. Oh, and then it's telling it to go across, and let's go back to the instructions. Should be upper end of the data range. Oh, it's
going
doing
through the
this.
whole tab,
It's going,
check and make sure that there are people that are the same.
Yes, basically.
Yeah.
And so then
Match them up.
match them up. So when you get to the data, if you go down here, it's gonna be 0 if it's matching, right? So go on the way down. And you'll see something pop up when they don't match. So I think there's one, okay? See how, oh, that's Go the other way. So Gomez obviously isn't matching with Fraser, right? So it's telling you to look at those two, and you can see there that he's dropping off. So if this is the new versus the old, no, if this is the new and that's the old, he's a new person.
He's an add-on.
Yeah, he's an add-on. Then basically you're doing the same thing on the other list to find the drop-offs.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But the formula changes a little bit. So come back on over here. So this is anything other than 0 means that's a new number. Doing that same thing on the other side using this formula. And the big numbers are just so that when you do the dollar signs, it's picking up the whole list and not just the one-to-one comparison. It's looking for them all the way up and down. In case they got out of order somehow. That's how you find your people who dropped off. And then if you have somebody that doesn't match your enrollment, or you've got somebody that dropped out and you don't know why, then that's when you should email me. And I'll help you figure out why they dropped in or out.
So like, for example, I already did, I have a different way, this one was a lot quicker than mine.
Yeah, I did it 2 ways before.
But like, for example, in this last payroll, Derek Dixon,
Okay.
Gail Johnson, and Scott Schubert didn't have anything to do.
They dropped off.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I, like usually I call you and say, hey.
You better if you email me. That way if I'm off doing something, or if I need to forward the email, I'm not getting the email.
What email do you use?
Just Renelle.Paulson, RONNELLE.
Wells?
PAULSEN. It's the
Norwegian?
Norway. Yeah, my husband's.
Austin, Texas, Colorado. Okay.
And then if I don't know automatically, just from what I've heard about somebody being on PSO jail or somebody being sick or whatever that might have caused it.
I mean, I'll be honest, it's never urgent.
Okay.
And usually when it happens is I get the payroll right on Friday.
Yeah.
And I usually work on it over the weekend or even that same day. And then Monday I send you an email and just say, hey, and sometimes there's no names on there.
Right.
But like in this case, it'd just be, like I have a couple that I had from last time that I'll send an email
And
tomorrow or
just tell me
something.
whether it's that they dropped off on a particular pay period or they were added in on a particular pay period.
For the most part, I'm not too worried about additions because if they come in, they're usually cadets. And some of them come back from leave.
Well, I would think you'd get big lumps of them come in when the cadets graduate, but maybe not.
So I have a question. The one thing I get from payroll is that they didn't have enough funds. What does that mean?
Not enough funds.
And not only
To pay
that,
the dues?
and not only that, it's over like a couple pages.
Really?
Which is odd. So to me, if you ask me, that means they're not working.
Right.
Right.
Leave without pay, maybe?
But they've used those with, they usually do like LWO.
Right, LWP is what it would be, leave
But-
without pay.
But, I mean, to me, it's just odd that they'd say, hey, they didn't have enough funds. But
That is odd, send me.
I'm not worried about it because really all I want to know is,
Is
did
it
they ask to
long-term?
did they ask to be taken off the list? Like they don't want their dues deducted? Or is it just
Temporary.
temporary? And temporary can be like a year because there's a couple guys that are like on suspension
Indefinite
until they
suspensions.
figure out what they're going to do with the case or whatever.
Right.
And there I don't mind just leaving them there. But my big concern is that I didn't realize that they could just send files directly to payroll and ask to be taken off the list. And
I thought they had to go through
and we didn't know about it. City payroll says it.
that they'll take a request directly. Huh,
And
that's interesting. I wonder if that started with the whole dust up about police and the dues that they were paying to Cleat. That there were enough pissed off cops that they wanted to a different way instead of going through the union to take it off.
and that's really my only concern with this because I'm not, I mean,
Yeah.
people make mistakes. So I know there's times when something doesn't get deducted and then it gets made up for the next time. But the biggest thing
It's
is
so automated though.
we had one person
Yeah.
in 5 years that went through payroll
Okay.
and got out of dues and I didn't know about it until later.
Okay.
And Bob got really upset. It's like, hey, I sent that PRI. I don't get it sometimes. It's funny because sometimes the requests go right through
Yeah.
and other times they say, we don't know what you're asking for. It's like, it's the exact same thing.
So this is the deal between you and me. If you don't run around telling people that you don't have to submit PIRs anymore, because we have their
I won't say
process.
anything.
And just come to me, and then eventually I'll find the person. We have some fluctuations going on in HR right now in payroll. In particular, we have a new supervisor in payroll. Once she gets settled in, I'll just designate that you email her and she'll figure it out.
I mean, it was so funny because before, I mean, I know Judy and Jimmy really well. And it was like, one phone call, I said, hey, I just have these 3 names. And then they go right down the list, and it was done. So I don't know if they got mad at me for calling them, or,
No, I don't
like,
think
like you said, I think it was
it's
something came from outside
legal.
that said, you can't do that
Because we
anymore.
have some other stuff that city legal told us that we weren't allowed to do without PIRs anymore. And I think, you know, obviously like lawyers, because I'm here sitting with these all the time, but I think sometimes they're trying to put everything into the same bucket. And there are certain peers, we have to have a relationship because it's our same people. And so, there are times where the union has asked for humongous requests, like when we were prepping for negotiations, that we needed recorded with the peer process and city legal, because it was gonna take a lot of work time. These questions about where did my person go is more of a functional thing in my mind. So if we can keep that differentiation in mind, if you've got some big job that you need done, it'll probably need to go through, an open records request.
I promise I only bother you once every other week, and
That's-
sometimes I won't even do that, and there'll only be 1 or 2 names. Like
That's-
this time, there's
that's-
3 names on the list. And
But
that's
we're
it.
fixing to go into another graduation with the cadets at the end of the month.
Yeah.
So getting them all settled in with what they're gonna pay, may end up, causing a couple more issues. Okay?
Thank you, I appreciate your time.
You bet. Talk to you later.
So is Jim going all around doing that with other?
I'm sorry?
Jim Cates, he's going all around doing that with other places?
Yeah, I didn't talk to Jim since we had the morning thing happen. I'm gonna see if we can get him tomorrow after the
Yeah,
morning.
that's fine. But he's doing that around the country?
He is, yeah. Seems to enjoy it.
Doesn't surprise me at all.
They picked him up as their labor negotiation office, and decided they didn't like it as much, they kind of just retained him for the health insurance trust.
All right, so, we want to move ahead and give you our, counter proposal on pay issues. Try to frame that in a little bit of context, and then look at, the context on a number of the articles that we have out there. I'm gonna, again, we're focused on the pay piece. There are some interrelated, articles, as you know, that we've talked about that we have valued. Devin specifically, I talked about hiring and promotions earlier. But here's the context for where we're coming from with, this next pay proposal, as we see whether or not we can make a deal on the money and the cost items in this contract. And we will continue, I'm sure, to have different perspectives on the environment, inflation, cost of living, the market study, what are appropriate comparisons and so forth. But as we go back historically, and we look at where we were in the last contract and the contract cycles that a number of us, including you, Bob, been in this process for quite a while. And when I first started, we had a totally different environment in the legislature and in our state government in terms of relationship with city governments. The 3.5% cap is a reality. It is a multiple $1 million reality. The inflation reality that y'all have emphasized very much to focus on and highlight our attention on the impact on your members and their families is a double-edged sword, and of course it hits everybody, including the city. We've talked about this before, but everything the city has to do, including its personnel costs, have all gone up in the last year because the Great Resignation, or whatever you want to call it, is affecting jobs throughout the entire economy. And so the city has limited funds with many, many needs, and a lot of those costs are fixed costs that we don't have any control over. So just an example of that is that we have firefighter starting pay, where, as we all know from our discussions about the market study, is one of the places that we are not positioned as well as we are elsewhere in the market. I think you've emphasized several times, that we have far higher pay differentials later in career. That's something that for a long time we've tried to achieve that because we want these to be career jobs and to attract people to stay, for a full career. But our firefighter starting pay, even though I'm sure that your membership feels like it's not adequate, and you're proposing very substantial increases first year, across the ranks, and then compression of some of these ranks in order to address bringing people into the department and making it a competitive job from the beginning. The challenge we've got is when you compare that to the next slide, then you see how far off we are with our other public safety unit, where bringing them up to being competitive in the market when they are making many of the same calls that your members are making. And so this is a huge demand for funding with a department, as you well know, and many other fire departments, is a part of the fire department and fire personnel are performing those functions. So we're having to compete in the market for either paramedics or people that have a career objective to serve at their communities as paramedics. And so that's an immediate demand for funding that's been exacerbated by both the inflationary economy and the pandemic realities that we've had to deal with as a challenge. We have 800 plus city employees making less than that EMS starting hourly rate, and none of those people have steps. We are not trying to beat a dead horse. We know that you have a different perspective on steps and what their role is and how they fit in. But the reality is that the rest of this city workforce will go for a budget cycle or 2 budget cycles with little or no pay increases, no contract, no certainty for future increases, no ability to plan their careers, and the city has to pay what they can pay and catch up in the years when the city has any funding available. All of those individuals have a completely different picture in their life and their families and their careers in terms of what the inflationary impact is. Because without the step increases, without certification pay, without the other opportunities that exist for awesome firefighters for enhancement in bottom line total earnings during their career, most of those things don't exist for those employees. The other city needs, you're already familiar with those. I think you probably have seen a number of these reports and are familiar with them. I don't know how much attention that you specifically paid, but these are the real challenges. We're not going to go through and read each of these articles, but we have links here to these articles, and we'll send you this so that you can access that information. But those are the budget dynamics that drive us into the position of saying, how can we put a pay proposal on the table that, assuming that our market analysis is sound, and we believe it is, and we're satisfied that the data is 100% legitimate, that the true numbers in terms of how much each of your members receives during the progression of 4 years of this contract, that they are far better positioned to deal with inflation, cost of living adjustment and indexing and so forth than these other individuals and these other essential programs and services that we have to provide for our community. So this is looking at the entire citywide picture. If we didn't have a 3.5% cap, we could do a lot more. If we had the advantage of being able to look at those additional property value increases and changes in the business environment and the income in the city of Austin, then we would have flexibility to do things that we were doing a decade or so in the past as we came to the table each time with our public safety employees. We've got to do what we can with what we have. And so that's the reality that brings us to this updated proposal to you on the wages article.
And can I just say, I just want to put that in the right context. The context being, of course, like, I think you're not human if you don't hear Jordan's story and not have empathy for what he spoke about. I think from our side, it's always good. You're right, Bob. It's always good to put a face and a story to the proposals as opposed to just conceptual proposals. Obviously, as I'm sure you guys are well aware, EMS was not happy with our offer to them. We haven't made an offer to police. I know you guys expressed you were unhappy with ours. The perspective we're trying to give is, and I'm sure you all have seen, specifically on EMS, for example, they start off about 10K annual salary less than y'all. And I saw the KView or Fox, I can't remember. One of the EMS professionals was on there saying he qualified for food stamps. you know.
Some of our firefighters are on food stamps.
Yeah. And then Selena, at the table was talking about kind of, the federal poverty level and where folks qualify and how many of her employees. And so, you know, and this, we face the same issue, you know, which is we've got limited funds. And then the thing I pointed out to Selena was, you know, I understand you're here to do a job for your members. It's like, Bob, you are, you know, but trying to look at the global picture, we've got lots of civilians that also would make less than even what the EMS folks make. So it's just a balancing act, you know. I think you're just a robot if you don't feel for the pains that employees are going through. So we do feel that, and we're just trying to do the best we can as management and from the city manager and the council, trying to balance all of those needs. So we do have, you know, we have a wage proposal. And we'll go through that, and then we did want to just really quickly, we agree we should focus in on people's top priorities. For y'all, it's wages. For us, it's wages, hiring, and promotions. But we did want to just we'll do a really, really, really Cliff Notes version, because we didn't get a chance to explain all of the articles we went through. We gave you guys on Friday, I think it was.
Right.
Friday. So we'll just do that just so y'all probably understand it, but just so anybody watching wants an explanation. They don't think we're just going back there redlining stuff just because we feel like redlining stuff. Like, there's a lot of thought that goes into it, but we'll try to do it as quick as possible so we can focus in on the articles that we both think are kind of more important.
And I'm just gonna say something really quick, because every time, you know, you'll try to characterize the pain of everybody else and the way you do it. You know, I know my membership well enough, they're just gonna be insulted by it. They're gonna be insulted by it. Just saw them and tell you why. There are people in the city that make more than we do. There are people in the city that make less than we do. But they're not doing the job we do. We're in a high stakes job where many times we're putting our life and our body on the line. And that's what you're paying for. We're highly skilled, highly intelligent, highly trained people. And for you to come up with some sort of narrative that you can't give us a raise when we're actually just trying to maintain purchasing power seems absurd. It just seems absurd, no matter how you cut it. And that's kind of where we're at. We feel like, now we expressed a lot of interest at the table. And I think if you added up all those interests, it'd be a very high dollar amount. But we said our highest priority, number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, was a wage increase. And that wage increase was not like, let's say at 20% or 30% to our salary. It was basically a plea to keep us at the same purchasing power we were in 17. At least talk about that. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about how you can't afford to do that. And I can tell you that there's no other way my membership looked at it as insulting. So I hope we go from talking about stuff to actually looking at stuff and start working on and trading proposals and try to get there. Because this sort of couching or framing the issue is insulting. It just is, you know. And I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the 20 calls I'm gonna get after this meeting. Our members are hurting. They've expressed that like never before in my whole career. And you all just seem to think like if you say that, oh, well, some people are making less, that that's going to somehow justify it. We're looking to our leadership for some relief. And that's what we expect, not a bunch of rhetoric. And I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just trying to express the frustration I know I'll be hearing as soon as I leave this room. So now you've done your side, I've done my side. Now what I hope we can do is roll up our sleeve and see how we can get there.
So what we're proposing to do is our updated pay proposal for today. You'll see here that we are proposing very significant movement in year 1 to a 1% number. We are proposing the same 1% for years 2, years 3, and this would be a proposed 4-year contract. I want to go, you have access to the pay study numbers. You may be telling me the same thing about how this is insulting, but this is the data that we're looking at, and that's the logic behind what we're proposing to do. And there are two key pages here that you've seen before, where we see down at the bottom, move the bottom of the screen, there we go, that last line. We just talked about the post-probation firefighters and how our variance from the second highest payer is 0. And so we have a weakness at that rank in the analysis that our consultant has done. We have a weakness at year 6 as well. But the rest of these numbers indicate that with the pay proposal that we're putting on the table, that the idea of maintaining indexing to the cost of living over time, that we will still continue to be at or above the number 1 or number 2 position with this pay raise going forward over a 3-year cycle. You already are familiar in the last contract that we had, that we went from, I think that last number at the max base, if I remember, somewhere in the realm of 38%. Obviously in the last 5 years of the prior contract, that number's come down. And so we are talking about maintaining a correlation to cost of living that keeps Austin firefighters competitive in the market, and maintains a separation above number 2 in the market on a go-forward basis. Let's look at that page 38. Again, you've seen this before. When you look at the overall growth in compensation versus the CPI during this time period, 2017, 2021, under the current contract, what we see is accomplishing a 17.3% for individuals that have 2 steps and an 11.7% for people that have 1 step, so that we are either at or right at the cost of living during that time period for people that have 1 step, and we exceed it for people that have had 2 steps. And so that's the logic behind the proposal that we're putting on. Now let's go back to the wage.
Is there a reason there's not a 0 step in that chart? For people that had 0 steps during the contract?
Is there a reason why the consultant didn't put a 0 step in there?
Yeah.
I don't know. I believe that there are I don't know how many time cycles in there to where it would be more than the 5-year time period in the last contract. It's going to be a lot more of those with a 4-year contract than it would with a 5.
But I think his point is, like, I haven't had a step raise in 15 years.
Okay.
That's the point. A lot of people in that situation.
And the people that are at the upper end of the scale, at the 20-something% or previously 30-something% at the high end of their career, they're not receiving a step if they're that far above the market.
Well, let's talk about that really quick. I think it needs to be addressed. So in 17, you guys talked about this notion of paying us, giving us preferred nation status equal to 5% using your comparables. And we took a 3-year hiatus, or a 3-week kind of study period. We came back and we suggested to you that we think there's some issues with some of your comparables. We're not against index and we should be working together. So the last 5 years, you didn't work together. You came back with another set of comparables very similar to what you provided us 5 years ago. And now you're trying to index us off of your system, which 5 years ago we already pointed out has some major flaws. And it does, objectively have some major flaws. That's the insulting part, is you're trying to build the yardstick which you measure us against. It has flaws in it, we point them out, and you keep using that yardstick and pretending like that matters. Like that's a legitimate way to judge what you should pay us. So what you're trying to do is not just saying you don't want to give us money, it's saying we're not going to give you any money, but we're also going to pretend and tell everybody that wants to listen to, that can listen to us, you're already doing great. And you don't think that's going to make our membership demotivated when they're looking towards our leadership for some relief?
There's no pretending with the actual comparison of the numbers, and the 20.1% separation at the career max is a true number.
It's not a true number. It's a garbage number.
It's a base pay comparison for the top of the base pay.
It includes
That's
part of the
step one.
compensation, not regionally adjusted correctly, and you're only looking at this part that is the most favorable for you to look at, and nothing else. That is not a fair
So
comparison.
we disagree strongly with that.
And
We
I
think the
disagree strongly
methodology
with
is
you,
sound.
and that's why this is a problem, and that's why it's insulting. I just want you to know that.
And the methodology that PFM has used, has been used all over the country. not
And that
just
is
in the
false.
city of
Most of the methodology that legitimate economists used knew nothing like what you showed.
So
I've done
BFM
enough
is
studies
not
to know that.
testifying in any public safety arbitrations all over the United States.
Yeah, I'm familiar with their work, I'm familiar how their work is refuted.
But you agree that their work is commonly used in lots of other public safety discussions and arbitrations.
Well, let me just give you a quick example. In San Antonio, not too many years ago, PMF used CPI as an index.
Right, you told us that before.
Yeah, well, I'm just telling you again, because it's germane. And then now, they're not using CPI, they're using a government scale, which is riddled with problems. Why would that be if they're so legitimate in their indexing? 75 miles difference, just a couple years apart, they're using an entire different scale for regional adjustments. Why would that be if they weren't trying to cherry pick the most favorable result for themselves or for you? So you can continue this kind of myth or narrative that, what are you guys worried about, man? You guys are the highest paid and we're not gonna give you any money because you don't deserve it. It's basically what you're telling us. And we're laying out our case, we're justifying our position. And that's the retort we get.
Well, but you haven't provided us with any pay study analysis or economics in response to PFM. I think you're cherry picking your attack on this or that little piece of their data that you disagree with. There is no comprehensive study from your side of the table that says this is the right way to do it.
There doesn't need to be a comprehensive study on our side of the table if we're not asking for a massive pay increase. We're asking to maintain purchasing power.
13%
That is a
year one
very,
massive.
very small ask.
13% year one is massive. Far greater than
And
this
we admit it,
unit has ever
13% is a big
received,
number.
ever.
We admit it, 13% is a big number. It's justifiable, but it's a big number. You guys are miles and miles.
But it's not just
miles from
semantics,
that.
Bob. It's not just semantics. 13% is not massive according to you, even though it's multiples of any first-year pay increase you've ever received. And so I'm not arguing with you about whether or not there is a logic and a reason behind what you're saying. I'm merely saying you're attacking this study. You want to know why the people there chose the numbers they have. I can't ask them those questions right here.
I don't know why they chose numbers they have.
Your study doesn't even exist.
What's that?
Your study doesn't exist.
Our
We
study-
would be happy to have it.
Well, it'll exist soon enough.
Well, I figured it was a pull a rabbit out of your head, an arbitration deal.
It's not ready yet, but it will be ready soon enough.
But isn't that the clear strategy here?
No, not at all.
Develop your attack on ours and keep yours in your pocket until then?
No, that's what I would call projecting. That's very similar to what you might want to do. That's not what we're
But we
doing.
didn't. We
When I
gave
tell
you
you,
ours.
when I tell you our report's forthcoming, it's because it's forthcoming. It's not because I'm trying to hide in my pocket.
Okay.
And I'm kind of insulted by the insinuation of that, quite frankly.
Right, well, and I'm insulted that you say we're doing something like that when we've given you ours from the very, very beginning.
And I am discussing yours, and I'm telling you what's wrong with it.
All right.
And I'm telling you the fact that you're building a narrative off of a study like that, where you're trying to say that we're essentially overpaid, that's why we're not going to compensate you, is insulting. And I think, and I'm going to continue to tell you that I believe that asking for a purchasing power cost of living raise is not a big ask. And if we could be talking about what that is, what a cost of living raise is, so we can keep our firefighters at least trying to maintain what they have, we wouldn't be having this conversation about how insulting it is. We'd be talking some real numbers and trying to talk about some real stuff here. But as long as you guys, basically shield behind that narrative, that my only response to you can be is that's ludicrous. Now, if you want to talk about some real numbers here and say, firefighters do deserve to at least maintain person regardless of what rank they are or level they are right now, whatever report you want to pull out of your pocket or my pocket, that's a great conversation to have. But that's not what you're doing. That's why it's insulting.
Good. So you can see we are talking about making the change there in airport fire and rescue pay. We are responding to your staff schedule pay item there, for the, AC ranks. There's a footnote down at the bottom that just explains how that works, because people have already, the 24 months and then the subsequent 24 months. Can you show the rest of that footnote? And that's linked to resolving any of the pending grievances outstanding for assistant chiefs. We will be sending you a proposed article, which we're working on, that is a grievance resolution article to go at the end of the contract. Any of the items that we're going to work out here, we want to include on those. We have the special operations team pay item there, the wildfire battalion pay at $200 a month. That's also linked to settling outstanding grievances. We just corrected the language there on the history on the one you just passed. You had proposed to increase that, and we're leaving it at 100. We are leaving the certification assignment pay as one or the other. Proposing no change on the retirement contributions. We are proposing a section 8, which would authorize the city council to do firefighter residency incentive pay should they choose to do so, in accordance with the provisions in chapter 143, authorizing this kind of a provision in the agreement.
There's no money attached to it.
That's
They
correct.
can do it.
That's an authorization.
Police has had that in their contract.
That's
for a while.
correct.
That was never been executed.
That's
Yeah, it got put into 2015, and then this time around, we're putting it in for all three, just to the extent council wants to do it in the future.
I'm going to quickly, as Devin said, kind of go through some of these. We have several things where we have made some movement or concessions, so you can see these in the context. We're just adjusting that. I think y'all had proposed to fix that on what the current correct accruals were. We're looking up to 2014. There was no change in that last one.
This is already what we proposed.
No, go up.
This is the type.
That's a typo right there.
This is, the whole contract had wrong numbers in it right there, where the 8 and the 16 were, because the correct numbers were 16 and 32, so that's just a correction.
So you accepted that line before, now it's struck, that's one first time I donate, because I think you're talking about there was some logistical.
That's what I was just fixing to explain, because that is not possible to currently do it with the system that we have today. And so we don't have a problem with being able to do that if we can just do it. And the new system that is in the midst of being acquired may have the capability of doing that, and if so, we're fine with doing it. And we'll capture that in the contract or whatever you want to do. We can either make that commitment to you and then just do it, or we can put something in here about if it's feasible in the future, we'll implement it when we can. We don't have a problem agreeing to do it. We don't have a problem keeping our promise about doing it. Right now, we can't predict when it's going to be feasible, but we will do it when we can do it.
So manual adjustments can be made, so you're saying it can't be done automatically, it can't be done manually?
I can't tell you it's impossible to do manually. It's impractical to do it manually. That's what I've been told.
That's some practical advocate that too, but not impossible.
Well, the other thing we wanted, well, to that point though, Bob, I think the other thing we wanted to say was, we do have, on the civilian side, we have a bank of money, a bank of hours, sorry, that civilians can pull from for sick leave. And in the specific case, we think you're talking about on the civilian employee and fire, civilians donated time, basically everything was taken care of. I know you're looking at, hey, what happens in the future potentially, right? I will tell you that the process for that new system, they've already gotten approval from council, I think, in last year's budget. So they're going through a selection process now of which one to pick. more than likely, my guess is not actually working with Banner, but more than likely, knowing that it's gonna be a new system, we'll probably have this capability to do, so. So we can put language in here saying, you know, should we get a new, you know, when the new system is out, if we can do this, we'll do it within a past number of days, that's fine too.
Anyway, we just struck that out because the footnote explains what we just told you. Because we're not opposed to it, obviously. And it's happened before, but it's happened under that other model without some contributions. This includes the Juneteenth holiday item. And then, that holiday language there, allows the,
Council come up with new holidays, and if they include.
this one, like the other language about residency pay, this allows the city council separately during the terms of agreement to add additional.
I understand.
Which I think we had mentioned before, but I don't know that it was in language before.
Yeah. I thought that would be an understanding what you did.
Correct.
That's it for that article.
So in this article, you had made a proposal for, there it is right there. You had proposed to do up to 12 one-way trades in a year. And we spent a lot of time talking about that and dealing with the logistics and looking into how that works elsewhere. We're willing to make a movement on that and do up to 5 one-way trades per calendar year. Kind of get a start, and even though it's not something that we really want to do and we're concerned about the logistics and the administration, we're certainly willing to do it. Obviously, it's important to your members, and so we're trying to find some middle ground here.
Appreciate that.
We are still working on the maternity leave issue. We had what I think was a worthwhile lawyer phone call with Matt, and we have some ideas that we think are good ideas, and they're not quite finished yet. I had hoped to get them in this article and put them on the screen. We think that there are ways to deal with some of the things we heard about today from your members. We absolutely share the association's commitment to make this a women-friendly workplace. And we have some legal limitations, frankly, that we would probably be more willing to do some of the things that we're being asked to do, and we think our hands are tied under some of the applicable legal provisions. But we're looking at ways we can do the right things and not, unintentionally run across the lines in terms of discrimination and so forth. Because the environment, as you know, that we're in, if we lean too far in favor of one group, then somebody else complains about it, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
I understand, and I think that's, you guys brought some concerns I hadn't thought about, so you brought them up. And Matt said he had a good conversation with, I guess, Becky all the day, and he asked me if he'd want me to, he thought at the end of that, maybe it was during, or maybe it was after I got the phone, that he had some ideas for language that might work, and I've asked him to go ahead and produce that language.
Good.
And I'd be happy to send it to you over directly if you want me to.
Please.
You could try to incorporate whatever your thoughts are.
We will continue to work together on solving that problem as well as we can.
Okay, appreciate that.
This language here, we want to leave in here. Y'all have proposed to take that language out on the fire chief's discretion. Do we have anything else? Is that the end of that
No,
article?
they had proposed unless specifically contained within, so they put it back in.
Right.
Yeah.
And we're just proposing to stick with the original language in that section, correct?
No, it's not, you didn't strike it.
So which is?
The blue language was my proposed language.
Right.
It needs to be,
So what you have up there is not where we were. We wanted to stay with existing language, right?
yeah, that's what I'm doing right now.
Okay.
Sorry.
So I was right and the draft was wrong,
Yes.
which almost never happens.
I agree with that. So we talked about this language in either 15 or 17, and you know, the section 5, you could interpret it that takes away everything that's above. And I can't remember, it was you, well, I think it was you, but I'm not certain. You said, no, the fire chief is committed to doing what's in this article. We just don't want to tie the chief's hands. And so what I got from that is the article means something, you know? It's just that the chief, there's circumstances that come up, the chief doesn't want their hands tied. So in striking that, I just want to make sure that is still the understanding.
That is still the understanding, it is. And it doesn't mean, never mind. You know,
It doesn't mean when we give you this, we take it 100% away here. It means something.
that's exactly right.
But the chief could make a case that because of these circumstances, we
Yes.
just can't do this or that.
And it is an operational needs provision, and I'll go back and clarify that with the team, and I thank you for asking that question.
Yeah.
Because I don't want there to be a misunderstanding.
And we were trying to get it closer in kind of that spirit of clarity you talked about.
Right.
But I don't wanna, you know, sometimes when something gets addressed currently and they get struck, someone could have different impressions from it. I wanna make sure at least we have the original impression that it meant something.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Does that make sense?
That's fair enough, it does make sense. The dispatch schedule here, I think that's, I don't know whose language that is, but the 24/72 work cycle is current practice. And I don't think that you're proposing a change, nor are we. I think we're trying to capture the way it currently works. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And we tried, our wording, which you struck out, and as long as we have an agreement on this, is fine. We're not trying to tie the chief's hands. We realize that through that long past practice, there has been modifications through the time that was still within a modified 24/72. We would just like that to be in writing.
Gotcha.
And we're not trying to say the chief can't make changes to it like they have in the past.
Like they have in the past.
But
And
it
that's
can't be
consistent.
wholesale changes. you know?
And that's consistent with the counter you gave us on the management rights article about schedule changes.
I believe so, yes.
All right, keep going.
Okay, that's it on that article.
Is that all?
Yeah.
So a work week, you know, we want to make some progress on a work week change. And we're pretty flexible about how to do it. We're willing to put it off in years in the future. We're willing to work on it in a phased way. We're willing to get our foot in the door on that any way we can because we think that's the right way to do it. I think it's very expensive to maybe say that the way we proposed it was a very easy way to propose it.
Right.
But maybe a hard way to do.
Well, about a
Yeah.
$62 million cost, so.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry, what?
$62 million cost, more or less.
Yeah, I don't see how you get there, but whatever. It should be about 102 positions, which is about a $10 million cost. And then some extra overtime based on the amount going up. I don't see how you get 62 million. I don't think that's possible, but whatever. You know, we'd love to
I
look
may
at
have
the math.
misremembered the number, but that's what I remembered from.
Yeah, if you want to give me the math, I'd love to look at it. That
Right.
doesn't make walking around sense, but maybe it's true, maybe it's not. Point being, you know, we'd still like to work on a work week change. Is there any way to meet your interest in that you can articulate?
Right. Let me find out.
Yeah.
Let me find out. And I know we've had a number of discussions about various schedule options and so forth, but primarily it was focused on the feasibility and the cost of doing it as the way you proposed.
Yeah, and look at that number again, because I just can't see any way to get to 62 million. It's about 102 positions, and I think my math's right on that. At 100,000 position, that's a little over $10 million. And then of course there's overtime repercussions, but when your overtime right now is at $8 or $9, $10 million, it's certainly not gonna be another $50 million to get to the overtime. So I just think you should review what that 60 million, I'd love to see it too.
And your 10 million number, is that the 4 year? Or is that a 1 year?
It's a 1 year, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that might be part of the deal.
Yeah,
you know.
that's part of the deal. I think we
Okay.
were looking at a $62 million total cost for the 4-year.
Yeah, and I'm not used to looking at it like you all do. I know we started kind of doing it last session, where we're looking at the cost during the contract. Of course, if it was a 10-year contract, the cost would be, 3 times more, right? So,
1 year is 15.5.
pardon me?
1 year is 15.5.
I'm sorry.
15.5 for 1
That,
year.
now that sounds much more.
So it doesn't sound like we're as far apart.
No, that sounds in the ballpark, at least.
Okay, so on the promotions article, we have really kind of a couple of key things in play here. We want to reiterate the value that we're seeking here on the appointed positions. We tweaked that once again. And the existing language, where did we get to that?
Down below. And I know it's technically in the Alls Court, but we're just showing you that we're making movement on here too. So I don't think we have any issues here.
Don't believe so. I think we already are on the same page with that.
No?
Let's see, let's go back to that. Are we resolved on that one or not?
Oh, well, it might be, maybe.
I
And if you're
believe,
thinking such
That
a
firefighter is bypassed, the person's name will be returned to its place in the other list, provisions of,
and I think we accepted your language on being able to get the certification.
and could you move them out? That's right.
There you go. Opportunity to complete the driver course.
Oh, yes.
The only thing I noticed in this language existing last sentence is prior to the date of the eligibility. Since now we're moving it into the period of, that they can take the test without the class, there still needs to be an opportunity during that period for them to get the class.
Yep.
I'm gonna play with some language on that, I can send it over to you, if you're okay operating that way.
You bet, we're still willing to solve that. We're on the same page about what we want.
Yeah, I think we're closer than I thought, we'll see.
Okay.
So under this, are they staying on that list until the end of the list, or is it, hey, you're bypassed, you go back on?
End of the list.
You bypass 3 times, it stays on.
End of the list, right?
Yes, I believe we
The third,
accepted y'all's
the
language.
third time you're out deal was not a part of our discussion.
It's down.
It was at
Stay
the
on the
beginning,
It
but
was
we
the
changed
Stay
it,
on the
so.
list.
Yeah, and then we went back to y'all's.
So you're proposing is that if they have a 2-year list or at the very beginning, they'd be on until the end of the 2-year list. Toward the end of the thing, still, they may not get another opportunity.
They will be returned to its place on the eligibility list.
But they have had the entire time being on the list to maybe have the opportunities.
Yes. What we're proposing here is, to try to make this functional. It's my understanding that there are currently, 13 positions, 5 assistant chiefs and 8 division chiefs. This would then mean that, we would have the ability to go up, to 15 appointed positions, so that you understand the impact of the language change. Your current contract provision is actually a limit on how many we can have. So there's 2 consequences to my language. One of them is there's no longer a limit on how many we can have, but we can appoint up to 15. And so if we wanted to have 17, we could, but 2 of them would have to be tested. So I just wanted you to understand the language so that, there wasn't any surprise at what's in
Well,
it.
isn't that similar to what one was before, except the numbers are just a little bit different?
Yes,
Okay.
it
Well,
is.
kind of similar, Bob, but if you look at the previous language, it says during the term of this agreement, the total number of division chiefs and ACs may not exceed. So even if council wanted to add 10 DC positions, they couldn't by contract. 'Cause the contract- yeah.
Okay.
Which would,
I knew that a long time ago, but
Long
I've
time ago,
forgotten
yeah.
that normally would be their prerogative under the statute.
Yeah, I understand the issue now.
Right, and I was
I'm not
just
saying I
full
agree with the number,
disclosure.
but I understand the issue, so.
Right, yeah, full disclosure, I just wanted you to understand the 2 dynamics. We are asking for the ability to appoint all of 15, but there wouldn't be a limit on whether or not we did more than that, but they would have to be tested positions.
Right. So, I think we'd be much more apt to, try to keep it to 10, because the number's actually 13. We have 13 positions, not
Right.
15. Yeah, the 15 is just a number here.
That's correct, and there's 13 currently, that's right.
And so, Well, we'll take a look at it and get back to you.
And then the last part of this is, we had previously, proposed to set up
We had originally struck section B, but since we're,
oh, that's right, because of the appointment changes in there, we went back and conformed this. We invite you to take a close look at it. We believe that we have correctly.
No, but you go up, you won't have to make that change here, where on B, the number is still 10 in here.
Yeah.
So we'll have to make that change, but just before we send it to them, we'll change that.
We'll probably switch back to 10 anyway, so.
you're talking about
Yes.
right here.
I think we have resolved the issue here, about completed the required.
Yeah, we had struck operations in, we put that back in. I think that resolves section 10, Bob, but you let us know.
Yeah, just as long as we realized we had agreements on this, we had a lot of discussion on this, and I think going on. It just means that 2 years' experience will be for somebody who's in operations, battalion chief running a battalion of firefighters, not a safety officer, not any other position that might be a battalion chief in operations.
Fully understood.
What our commanders have really signaled to us is that experience is very important in order to be a division, be a shift commander, and actually run it effectively.
Down below.
But it doesn't actually say that there in your language.
What it does.
No division chief shall be assigned a shift commander unless they have and has completed. Unless they have the 2 years experience, okay. That's above it, yeah, but it does. Yeah, this is your lesson, back to the original.
Because it's the original language, we just undeleted, unstruck ours. It's.
Yes.
Yeah.
It sounds like we have the same concept on that.
I think we're very close.
Look at your language and see if it's any different, but I thought we used it. And then we had proposed this probationary status for promoted battalion chiefs, and we're withdrawing that proposal.
That's good.
Another indication of our earnest efforts.
Adding something and take it away and call it concession. I've done it myself.
Of course. I might have even learned it from you.
I don't think you learned it from me, but I have used it before.
I will say though, on the promotions, it's really quick, just as an example, for what it's worth, of, us on our own side, doing a lot of work before it gets to you. I don't think it's probably a surprise to you, but Chief Baker was pushing hard for the appointment of battalion chiefs too. And
Yeah,
we had conversations with
I expected that, actually.
Yeah, and we just said, look, I don't think it's gonna be probable for us to get that, with everything else going on. So that's just some of the work that we do behind it. Otherwise, it would have been easy for us just to say, hey, Chief asked for it, here, we're gonna push for it. But we do a lot of kind of filtering out before it gets there. And so you're not always happy with the product, obviously, and what we have filtered, but just know that we are doing a lot of that work on our end. Because that was a big thing for him. And I don't know if that's the way it was maybe in Atlanta once he got to a point that rank, but at least he did want that here.
Well, it certainly was an expectation he brought with him. In any event, Article 17, this is our previous article, so there's not a change or movement here. It's still a city priority. I think we've already articulated to you that our number one problem with the language really focuses on the vendor, but we would like you to continue thinking about whether or not you can make the kind of movement that's here in this article. And at least for the time being, it still remains in play. We'll probably end up, maybe not, maybe y'all will come forward and be able to do something that surprises me, but otherwise we may be figuring out how it sorts into the list at the end of the week.
What about your thoughts on the last language we proposed on the life of the eligibility list and how that had some kind of a novel way of approaching that? Did you get a chance to look at that and see if that has value to you or not?
I thought we had already accepted that.
No, he sent an email snippet we'll need to talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, I saw that last week and I was not in that loop, and so I will get a response to you.
But I think generally speaking, if I remember talking to Chief Myers, like, I think we have similar goals and try to get those lists to have less of a lag time in between, right? I mean, that's kind
Well,
of.
that would solve it. That would solve it if you think it's an acceptable solution. I mean, what it will do, I don't think some questions, whether it's an acceptable solution or not.
Okay.
Yeah, so we'll look at it.
Right.
That's it for him.
Anyone else? That's it.
That's what we have for today.
Well, you know, I think I could do this right now. We actually have something on hiring and promotions.
Okay.
Because I guess we kind of anticipated, I think what we anticipated is very close to what you have just presented. Kind of the spirit of trying to get things done. We could do that now if we want to.
Absolutely. We're always ready to make progress.
So on hiring, I need you guys to see it would be probably beneficial. On hiring, now I'll have to go ahead and add that you also did a proposal in here, which I'll do for us. You know, we go back to a lot of original language. I want to talk to you about some of this stuff. So I know that was one of our broader concerns is there seemed to be a lot of change. That's what we call Mulberry College is a mature, successful article. I'm not saying that's your framing of it, that's our framing of it. We probably have a way of looking at it. And we said we'd be very interested in listening to specific issues and see if we can deal with specific things, but not these gigantic changes. And so I looked at the vendor selection thinking, you know, you didn't tell me anything specific, but is there something I can take a look at and make a change at that might be helpful? And so we looked at that, and then I looked at, so this is kind of the simple sentence in here, I think, is that the HPOC should consider, among other things, the following. It's not prescriptive. It's not saying you have to do these things. It's saying you should consider them, among others. So I'm not sure how this has harmed other vendors from getting into the process. Now, maybe it's because the HPOC looks at this when they're making specs, and they just decide to implement everything that's in here. But it's not something that's being required. And so I just wanted to point that out, and maybe that could help, you know, further discussions on specific things we know we need to change.
So you are kind of postulating that if these items have been considered to be like a checklist and they have to be in there, that may have been causing vendors to either, you know, self-deselect or not be interested or whatever it is that's causing them not to participate.
Maybe, yeah, but I guess what I'm suggesting is it's not a requirement. I think there are some phases, there are a couple things are requirements, and they're actually agreeable, and I think they're A or D in one certain section I can go over. Everything else is pretty open-ended. I mean, the notion of it was to try to put in professional criteria, but make it where it doesn't tie the chief's hands, you know. And if it is tied to the chief's hands, in certain cases maybe it needs to, but in many cases that maybe it's perceived to be, I don't think it does. I don't think it was ever intended to. And this is just a good example of that. The HPOC is supposed to consider these among other factors. Consider these. It doesn't say do these things. And it was written like that on purpose. Then we listed some things we thought that were important to consider, right? So I just wanted to point that out to begin with. As you move down, it says the chief will design the hiring process based on third-party vendor recommendation, HPOC, and this was very important to you, Lowell, when you were negotiating this. We have, again, the same sort of principle, not trying to tie the chief's hands. So there are some places we do tie the chief's hands on this, but there are many places we don't. Is what I'm trying to point out. These things, these A, B, C, and D are the only things where we tie the chief's hands. And these are the only things that we can go through a grievance process to grieve. In fact, we specifically say in many other parts of, not many other, but parts of this hiring article that we cannot grieve it. We're actually saying in this article, we can't grieve most of this article. And again, that goes kind of along, again, with the whole principle of we're making suggestions on professional criteria, we're not trying to tie the chief's hands. But of these items, we are trying to tie the chief's hands, and we think these items are very important professional criteria that need to be adhered to. Selection process shall include at a minimum a cognitive test and an oral assessment process, physical ability, medical test, psychological test, and background investigation, with some points included for military, determined by the fire chief with the vendor's help. The selection process may include non-written selection devices. So I don't see anything in there that anybody would want to strike. Now, for the people that haven't studied selection procedures for testing process before, there's two broad types of questions are asked, cognitive and non-cognitive components. And so saying there needs to be a cognitive test is very important in our industry, because those cognitive abilities, when vendors do a job domain study, they always show up at the top 5 most important things of like a list of about 150, 200 items. And so what people do sometimes, what some people do trying to reduce adverse impact without any concern for merit at all, they eliminate the cognitive exam. In fact, our Chief Kerr did that to us in 2012, I think. We had a grievance on that. And when she took out she simply made the cognitive test pass-fail, you can calculate the validity, and the validity dropped to 0, which basically means a random test. The top score could have been the worst performer, the lowest score could have been the best candidate. I mean, it's literally a randomization. So even though, so there needs to be cognitive components, but what we did was, in B, we made them only 20% of the entire test battery, which if you go across the state of Texas, much lower percentage than almost every other major Texas and city in Texas. In fact, for the most part, they're using a general aptitude test, which is 100% cognitive. And so we thought that and it seems like this worked for us, by reducing it to 20%, it's a strong dive towards diversity, but it's saying still that these cognitive components that are at the top of the job domain study still have to have some position of prominence in the battery. And then we talk about this Pearson coefficient, correlation coefficient. That's not just gobbledygook. I mean, it's the math that tells whether the test actually predicts good job performance. And if you look at the DOJ guide sheets on this, it's not even considered moderate validity. It's kind of like just below what moderate validity would be. It's not high validity. It's just below the level of what moderate validity would be.
0.28 coefficient.
Pardon me?
0.28 coefficient.
Yes. Yeah, so it's not like a gigantic high number we're trying to achieve. Like a really hard cognitive exam is probably a coefficient of about 0.6. And I think what we're doing is around about a 0.34, 0.35. But we're requiring something that's, by DOJ standards, is actually below moderate validity. High stakes jobs usually require higher validity numbers, because in high stakes jobs, it's not just like you're a clerk, you give somebody the wrong change. I mean, you make a mistake, it could cost someone's lives or hurt somebody. So it's very important that we have some sort of prediction that people bringing this job have those abilities. And that's what this does. And this stuff we spent thousands of dollars, lots of time with some of the top experts in the nation from both sides of the table, trying to establish some of these criteria. And then you go down here,
I was thinking that part of what you just said came from some of your expert testimony.
Yeah, it did. And so in the cognitive components, these 5 things I said are at the top of the job domain study, we have them in there, but Stripling wanted to put this in your non-exclusive examples we agreed to. So you literally could not use these if you didn't want to. And I would argue heavily that you would if I was an HPOC committee, because we're talking about verbal comprehension, deductive reasoning, mechanical aptitude, spatial orientation, really, really important stuff for firefighters, right? And I just want to say this really quick, and you guys, since you guys like governmental indexes, I'll give you another governmental index. There's a governmental index for job complexity. And job complexity look at what's at stake, mistakes made, and how complex the decisions are in the environment, the stress. And firefighters have a job complexity probably higher than any other job in the city of Austin. They have a job complexity number that's between a surgeon and airline pilot. This is another governmental index. Now, to be a crappy firefighter, it's really easy. You can feel better seeing and mess everything up, but to be a good firefighter and take into account all the various things that are happening under a compressed time frame with limited information is a very highly involved process that is very complex. And so these sort of items here.
Is that off the DOJ?
I can send you from, Dr. Arthur sent me a little paper, I can send it to you if you want to, yeah. But it's not a job that requires no mental capability. You know, we're not just squirting water on fire, like a lot of people might say. I've heard people say in the past. So again, we backed off on this. We were adamant that these things need to be in there, struggling to convince us that, hey, make the argument, but let's call these non-exclusive examples, which we did and agreed to. And then this one, we added this one. Let's try to make sure, for the most part we can, that we make these cognitive components, even the important ones like mathematical reasoning or expression, so they don't have adverse impact. And so we learned from studying, talking to these psychologists, that estimations are very important with firefighting more than calculations. So we asked our vendor to do mathematical reasoning questions that require estimations. Like, holy, that's a lot of water on that roof. It might collapse, rather than let me calculate the volume of water on the roof, sort of thing. And so it reduces adverse impact. We're looking at mathematical reasoning items that way. But you still gain the G loading or the important abilities captured that you need for a firefighter. So we put that in there. We put that in because we're trying to make that lean towards diversity while we're still maintaining a notorious process. I mean, people are capable. And then the oral interview will be videotaped. The evaluators will provide at least 8 hours of training. The evaluator training will include frame of reference training. Well, when I explain this to my team in the room, I don't think most people didn't know what that meant, unless they've been hanging around me for a few years. But when I went and looked at vendors with Greg Pope in 2009, if we went at impasse, we were trying to come up with a better process. We sat in this room, we did this vendor training in Kansas City, and a terrible process will do this. So they take a panel of 3 and a panel of 3. And we rate them and you rate them, and over time you look at the result, you realize you guys are rating way hard and we're rating way easy. So they normalize the scores. They normalize the scores of these panels. This actually happened in Austin. So before the vendor we have, that happened. And I had a guy from California, a previous firefighter called me, scored 100% on the oral interview. 100%. And he scored a pretty good cognitive grade. He wasn't selected for Austin. And the reason was he happened to be in an easy panel. And when they normalized the score, and because there was so much variance in 2 panels, they normalized it so low that he had no possibility of getting this job no matter what, simply because the panel he was selected for. And so this frame of reference training, what it does, it fixes the problem on the front end, where it says, we are going to score people in this 8-hour training together until we're within a very slim margin of the same score on the same scenario. And in Kansas City, they use the standard of 0.1. So on a scale of 7, every panel was within 0.1 on the scenarios by the end of that training. So that requires them to fix that problem on the front side so we're not harming people in the process on the back side. So I just want to explain a few things. We put a lot of thought into this stuff, And then applicants successfully complete the screening procedure. Now, this is just, pretty basic stuff, right? Those are the 3 things or the 4 things or whatever we require. I thought we required in here also, maybe I'm missing it, some demonstration of adverse impact that they've been able to eliminate or reduce. Well, here it is, yeah. Oh, no, I'm sorry, no, it's about it's just about that. So, anyway, these are the only things we can grieve. And these are just professional criteria that are pretty widely accepted through the industry. I think our test is probably one of the best in the nation. And so when you all say, oh, we can do it ourselves now, I'm sure you probably could. I'm not sure. I think this relationship we've had together has actually been this tension that's made it so good. And I think we've been through the fire with the DOJ and some of these other things that occurred, the grievance early on before the DOJ. And it's forced us to get better at doing it. And so we want to be a part of it still. We think we've been good stewards of it. We don't think we're tying the chief's hands too much. In fact, some of the items I think you're saying that it ties up, we don't really think it does. That's why I wanted to point it out. We've been very open to you guys, rearranging the list to bring, pre-cert people down. And we've kind of already indicated that the chief, even the chief before, Chief Baker, you all been doing it to some degree. If this gives you more comfort, we're happy to do that. We think that makes the process better. And so every place you're saying modified or alternate academy, I think we pretty much agreed wholesale with your change against specific things we're willing to work on. You get down to the eligibility list, I want to explain this because this is a really big deal. Again, this is indicative of two teams of people with different perspectives coming up with great ideas and bringing them together to solve problems. And that's what we should be trying to, hail more rather than try to eliminate. So it's legal. Title VII basically says you can't make race-based decisions. There's some exceptions to that. And this is one of the exceptions we use every single time as a practice. And so what we do is we run an analysis on the process, and we pick this zone of influence or this area that we're going to hire up to that will get us the number we need but reduces adverse impacts. The truth, and Lowell, you know this, every single process has adverse impact depending on what the point we stop at. And so we as a group get together and we make a suggestion. It's still on the chief to make that decision ultimately, but the HPOC says we think we should go up to 250. Because 250, our analysis shows we have reduced adverse impact, and we can hire up to that, and we're going to not only protect it legally, but we should have a good group of folks. So this just builds on that. So that's the price we've been using, and it's legal. And what we're saying is, the problem is, if I go up to 250 and I go through.
So you're saying the purple language right there, even though it's not in the current agreement, that's the process that's been used.
We do something very similar to selecting that number we go up to, yes. Yes. And so, and it's a smart way to do it, it's a good way to do it. But anyway, we're building on that. But the problem with that, let's say we said we're going to 150, and we're done after a year, and we have a 2-year list. That's a little extreme, I don't think it's ever gotten that extreme, let's just use that extreme example. Now we gotta continue to attrit people for a year until we can start the process again. What this allows you to do is pick that number, and then you can start another process, while you're trying to achieve that number of hires, right? So you should have a list ready to go, hopefully. And then when that number is expired, your list is expired. You don't have to wait to the end of the time period. Okay, and then you can start your new process immediately with no lag time.
Is there any downside to starting the process before the list actually expires?
You can. No, not starting it. I mean, you can start it in terms of collecting candidates and taking tests. Absolutely, that's
okay.
what we're talking about.
Okay.
So what we're trying to do is make sure there's.
Just a quick question. So if you've got some stragglers on the old list, say you've got 5 people, that's not enough to make a class. Do you see any problem with being able to add that to the new list?
I don't.
Process?
I don't, and I'll be fine to work that out. I mean, that's a shared interest we have. Is not only to have a good hiring process, no matter who does it. I think we all want to hire good people.
We need
right?
to have a better transition. We do.
But we want to make sure that we get people hired so we don't have mandatory overtime. And we want to make sure so y'all don't have a hard time staffing units and stuff. And we can't do that unless we get the process more efficient. So that's what we're really trying to do here. And we think of all the stuff in this article in terms of what we're adding this time. This is super. This is huge. But yes, to answer your question, Renell, yes. We can figure out how to add that little grouping that's not quite big enough in the next process, especially if we already got the process started so there's not a big lag time. I think that'd be fine. And then, again, I think we agree with lawyers. Again, specific language, we were really good about, I think, accepting. I really do believe that. Then you get down to internship programs. I mean, I would love to talk about this more. I know we're kind of getting to the end. We kind of put it back to the language we had before. We don't want to be at where we don't want to have any process, whether it's a battalion chief demotion process or where the chief just has full reign to whatever he wants. We think it needs to be talked about. I can promise you here, as I promised council members before, and I'll promise you in 60 days, if we're working in good faith, we can get an internship program. We're not going to hold anything hostage. We're not going to try to leverage for something. We think it could be a good thing, but we need to work on it together. And then, let me see what this is. This is all your language. We accept again specific language. I think we've been very good about trying to accept. And this is the only, you guys, y'all wanted to eliminate people from the academy, and talking to our federal attorneys, we think it'd be much better if we just release them as an option to the latter class. That if they come in and they're out of shape, and I agree with everything Renell was talking about before. I was chief training myself. People come in, work hard, and in good physical shape. Not only will they have a better success of getting the academy uninjured, but they're going to have a more meaningful academy experience in terms of learning. They're not going to be suffering the whole time. They're actually performing their performance level shape. The problem is, it's a physical construct that's hard to tie directly to the job. It's easily challenged if somebody's fired. And so what we're suggesting is we don't fire them, we release them to defer to a later class. And now they come in that class, they're not in shape, and we put them in another class. And eventually maybe they'll drop off if they're not serious, but I hope what would happen is they realize we're serious about fitness too, and you need to come to class ready to go. And I think the far majority of the cases, that's what would happen in the service system. And then it, of course, eliminates the legal liability.
Do you know any other Texas academies that are doing that?
I'm sorry?
Do you know any other Texas academies?
No, we're the best. We're doing the best stuff.
I've not heard of it.
No, I haven't.
I've heard of the idea, but I've not heard of anybody actually.
Yeah, and I don't want anybody to think I'm weak on standards, because I'm not, but also want to be defensible under the law. And I think we understand that it's very possible, since it's a very physical job for both male and female, it's very challenging for females. They really have to be top shape, and males do too. But my concern is this might have an adverse impact on the female population. Lawsuits filed, and we're both on the hook for that. So if we can have a system where we're not eliminating them, but we're just deferring them, I think that helps everybody all around.
My concern about that, and I don't know what the chief and the training department's perspective is. Some people are washouts that are nowhere close, and deferral is just not necessary. On the other hand, people that are borderline, you may have a job correlation dynamic going on there where the standard that you're saying is terminal is really not a incumbent firefighter standard.
Right.
That's really what you're talking about. We're talking about, I got incumbent firefighters that haven't been able to do that for 8 years. And I'm firing you out of the academy because you can't do that.
That would be the case they would make in court, yes.
Very familiar.
Yeah. And the other thing is, I've seen people that, and this is really a shame when this happens, and our department's been pretty good about it, kind of informally, quite frankly, but the guy's training hard and tweaks his ankle a week for the academy. I don't want him fired, This is a guy that might have been working for months, and something happened, right?
And he's been up to snuff for the last 12 months, and today.
Yeah, I've seen that happen to people that are really working earnestly to become as good a shape as they can. So think about it. I think it solves the problem you're trying to solve. We're not going to solve. And no writing is going to solve every problem 100%. That's just the way it works. Right? That's basically it. I guess what we're asking for is we continue to have conversations on specific things, but I do not believe.
So you said yes to our promotions proposal?
I would say we're going to go through that right now. We can talk about it directly. But I just wanted to say, and I think I've said it enough, that's probably why you're trying to move me along.
No, I was just so encouraged by the last discussion. I thought you were just going to say yes to my promotions already.
Well, think back to the back and forth we had on the hiring, on the wages stuff, and put us back on the level we're stuck. I have this in the wrong view here. Sure. I don't see many things tracked here. That's on all markup, yeah. Okay.
long as it's our version, it's all right.
So, we're really close on this one. I think we just said, if the firefighters bypass for life and required certification, firefighter's name, return the list, here's the part I think I added. If the firefighter's not completed the approved relief driver class prior to taking exam, the firefighter will ensure that the firefighter will take the approved relief driver course before the eligibility list is expired. And I think that might be a little strong, because there could be somebody that's injured, they can't take it, or somebody, on leave of absence, that can't take it. There's probably some circumstance I'm not really contemplating. But in the far majority of the cases, the chief can order a firefighter to take a class. and if we can't get it done, and this has been our main point all along, is there needs to be an opportunity for them to do it. In this most recent case, we feel like there was not an opportunity for one of our female firefighters to complete this class. So it hasn't been a problem in 12 years. We spent a lot of time on this one little section for something that's never been a problem before, but it's been a problem recently. And so I like the idea of you guys extending into the testing period. I think that gives us more time. But we still want some commitment that a class is going to be given, the person can take.
Okay. So we will talk about the, hypothetical scenarios and see how that happens. Under your language there, one of the things that might happen is, if it comes up and the chief orders them to go take the test and it starts whenever, and it's not gonna be done until the list is expired. Do they survive?
I'd be fine with that, yeah.
I was just curious.
Yeah,
It doesn't really
I don't have
answer
that written in
question.
here in the team, we talked about that, so let's let management, since that's the thing they'd be concerned with, let's have them come back with some language on that,
We'll see where we are on this.
Yeah.
I do think that we are working toward an outcome that is feasible and fair.
Shift commander, I think with what we said at the table's fine. If we wanted to write for clarity, I think we would more write it this way, as an operations battalion chief instead of operations at the rank of battalion chief. I think that's what created some gray area before. Well, why we had to do that grievance, but what we're saying is that you have to be battalion chief in operations that manage the battalion for about 2 years. Now, I would TA on the language you guys had. I'm just saying, if we want to be a little more clear, maybe this is the way to get there.
We will look at both.
Yeah. This is no one that's going to stop us. We're very close on this one. Yeah, we struck all this too, so that's good. I missed the part on the appointments. Sorry, I just overlooked it going through it.
What's the subsection?
It's toward the top.
Oh,
there it is, around
Okay.
There it is, right there.
So we went back to original language, but I understand what you're saying. Well, now I don't think we're good with 15, but we might want to go down to 10 and use more of the conceptual language you used. And part of the reason is, we gave a lot on this a long time ago. We've stretched pretty far. Like I know police, they don't include division chief rank. For the same reason we wouldn't want to include division chief rank. But we're also not trying to claw it back. We're respecting the bargain. And if the department can make some compelling reason why there was some sort of span of control issues that were hurting the operations department, that might loosen us up. But right now, when I look at the chart, it looks like the span of control is too low, if anything. And so it looks to us like you don't need as many division chiefs and ACs as you have. just using classic business principles. In fact, you could probably save quite a bit of money there, pay for some of these programs if we got rid of some of them. But we're not saying that. We're not suggesting that in the language. We're looking for the status quo. And our surveys show that our members would rather see less division chiefs and less ACs. But we're not asking for that. We're not trying to claw back what we thought was our original problem. So that's, I know you look differently at it, but that's the way we honestly looked at it, is we wanted to respect what we did before. And that was kind of the theme on hiring and promotions is that these are mature articles. There's some things we don't like about them, there's some things you don't like about them, but they've been around a while, and let's respect the bargain. And now we want to lump in civilians soon, and we can go two ways. I mean, we could, if there's going to be a lot of clawback on these other articles, we could try to claw back some civilian positions and try to make them civil service. We certainly have the educational experience capabilities to do that. Yeah, that's no disrespect to any civilian, we just do. We're a much more educated workforce than we used to be. We have attorneys, we have PhDs, we have MBAs, we have some really big talent. We've got people that have moved around the 9/11 era from Fortune 500 companies making lots of money to be a firefighter. I mean, we literally could run the department the way civil service article originally entailed that we could be run. We don't want to do that. We'd rather just keep these articles, these three in the bundle, at status quo, and then talk about a couple little changes around the fringe, which I think have been productive, and I'd just like to continue that. So we're gonna send these over and see what you all think about our counter proposals on promotions and hiring. And depending on how they come back will depend on how we return the civilian use article. And I think that if we can kind of stick to the concept of we're willing to not make gigantic changes to these articles, but talk about specific needs, then I think you'll see that the civilian article will come back very much intact, with maybe a few gains on it for you. Maybe a few gains for us or specific needs, right? But we're too far into this game to not be candid with each other. So I just wanted to kind of lay it out that way conceptually.
So Bob, you're, obviously the appointments is a big ask, big priority issue for the chief. But let me ask you, why is it? And I know you said you forgot a little while ago that section was in there. This is the only place, I think, in the entire city where we have dictated to council, even if you wanted to, you cannot exceed this number of this classification. I mean, I'm sure police association maybe feels there's not enough commanders, the EMS association maybe feels something else, but that's a year-to-year argument that y'all can make to council. Why take that right away from council to decide kind of how big each classification is?
Well, I think we could raise the amount of DCs that y'all, I just don't think they'd be appointed, I mean, I think we could raise the number of ACs if they're not appointed, if they're tested for. Our concern is that the fire chief, civil service was written, in my opinion, and I know your Lowell's opinion on it too, you've been around a long time on this, but it's written with a system of checks and balances. It's not a perfect law, but it has stood the test of time. It's been around quite a long time. And it seems to me like it was kind of based after a military concept, is that, there'll be commanders and stuff in charge of big sections, you get civilians working underneath them. We've allowed it to go far away from that, and the idea that, fire chief, like our chief comes in, he has certain experience from other places, but it's, he can have all kinds of different ideas that may not work in the field with the people that we have. And we start peppering the organization more civilians, and we start getting more and more people that are appointed that just have maybe blind loyal to the chief. I hear it causes some concerns, among my rank and file. And sometimes we think the decisions are of poor quality and not as good for the citizens. And I think the whole notion of civil service law, I think it's laudable. I don't think it always works out ideally, but is to bring in long tenured people that are free from political influence. And so they can actually better their craft. And I can disagree with you. You can disagree with me, but we can there's still a structure we work within to try to make decisions, but if it becomes too top-heavy, where people are appointed, and to say are blindly loyal to a chief that's counter to some of the interests of with the membership and the actual boots on the ground deal, like needs to be done to serve the citizens better, then some of the check and balance is not in play anymore. And so I think some organizations might say, you know what, give all the appointments they want, there's some more people at higher ranks, and then people move up. And our membership feels a lot differently than that.
I mean, I think we're gonna disagree on the need for appointments, and that's fine. My other question was really just why limit council in the number of.
They're two different things.
Yeah.
One of them is whether or not the chief gets to pick his or her folks in order to develop and go forward with the chief's vision and mission for the department. And it's a 3 glass of iced tea conversation to figure out where that balance is. And I don't think that from bargaining history, I don't take away from the legitimacy of the chief having some of those prerogatives. Right now, we're talking about how many is too many. And what we're really proposing here is in the next 4 years that we would be able to increase the total number by 2, and that we would be able to appoint all of them. And so we're just asking you to continue to consider that in the overall complete mix of things. And we recognize that the number of civilian positions and what those functions are in the department is a part of that same conversation. And the issue about whether or not you have the traditional statutory promotional process without the probation that we did come up with for battalion chiefs. And the articles have been in place for a long time, and in a lot of ways they've been functional. We're listening to that argument about how much do we really need to change. We're listening to your argument about tell me specifics what you need, and we'll see what we can do. I think there's an outcome on these that actually serves everybody's interests well. And as long as we're flexible and you're flexible, then I just want to move forward and see what we can get.
Yeah, and I hope I articulated in a way that wasn't offensive to civilians or to appointing people. I don't mean to be. I'm just trying to lay out, what I'm hearing from membership. We're trying to support that. And that particular article, I think promotion's a good one. I'm absolutely sure management wants more. I can tell you, myself, we would like to claw back some of the stuff that we gave away. I just think that we should respect the bargain and look at specific changes so we can find his mutual interest and try to make it better.
Well, and I'd be remiss if I didn't say that the chief and the command and the city manager, I think that we're disappointed that we have not achieved in this relationship the kind of confidence that we have from prior EMS, that we actually have a higher level of trust that administration is going to go forward and do an effective job of picking the right people for this job. We still continue to have significant reservations on your side of the table about whether or not we can run that railroad competently. If you give us, more or less the reins to do it. But you pointed out today, you've got more flexibility than you sound like you think you do. We don't have a whole lot of time in this bargaining cycle to revisit with vendors what would bring more people in the door with maybe some new ideas and some creativity, and whether or not any of those specifics are actually tying anybody's hands. But we'll revisit that.
I might take it to the RFP committee and show them that this isn't a requirement. This is a suggestion, and maybe that'll help. Maybe that's the winning shot you need to do that. I don't know, but I just don't see how it ties the chief's hands.
All right, see ya. We're gonna go back and revisit where we are. If y'all have anything else we need to talk about, let us know. It's 4 o'clock. I don't know if we need to get back together or not.
I would like to, but I don't really enough time, so.
That's kind of what I think. If you change your mind about that, let us know pretty quickly.
I'll do that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.